That's different. Chris.
Morning, do you have a question? Mr. Mancini, do you have a question? Mr. Mancini, do you have a question?
Well, I moved off from Chris already.
Oh.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out if we're in the waiting room or in the conference room because we only see a logo. Can anyone
Yes,
hear
you're
me?
you're in the waiting room.
Okay,
Are
so
you here
we're,
for magistrate?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Messini is also.
So yes, as stated in the instructions at the beginning, if you see a blank screen with the logo, you are in the right place.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Mr. M. Salem, to see what his question is.
No, go back to
Yeah, that
who
one.
needs to sign up?
Who?
The same one, Siegel.
Siegel. M. Salem.
No.
Good morning, Mr. M. Salem.
Good morning.
Do you have
how
a
are
question?
I'm waiting for my case.
What address are you here for?
3001 East Las Olas Boulevard.
Okay, you're in the right place.
Okay. I cannot see myself on the screen or either you on the screen. Is that okay? I just see my name.
Ma'am has said now for the third time, as announced at the beginning, if you have a black screen and a logo, you are in the right room.
Okay.
You
Thank you.
let in when your case is called, and the raise hand function is only for specific questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna lower the hand. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, have you sent your ID in?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I was also in the city yesterday and I sent it to you by email as well.
And what's your name?
Sigal, I'm Stalin.
Okay, thank you. Our first case, page 38. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor Julio De Velo, presenting case number CE 22090123, case address 742 Northwest 10 Terrace, owner Believers Trust Ministries, Inc. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. Three sections comply at $50 per day, $2,850 approved. The fines continue to accrue, and this is a request for extension. Ms. Dunbar, can you hear us? Hello, Ms. Dunbar, are you there?
No response.
Next case, page 30. Inspector Malika Murray, case number 22211059, case address 1201 Citrus Isle, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Paulino Castillo, Wellington A. Castillo. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 5/9/23. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 approved. One section complied at $50 per day, $650 approved. $4,150 total accrued. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Juan. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you please join as a panelist?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. We need to be able to see you.
I can see my myself. Can you see me now? I can see myself.
No, we cannot see you. You know to turn on your video?
There you
There
go.
you go.
Can you
Now
see
we
me?
can see you.
Can you hear
Yes.
me?
We can see you now.
Yes. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Molly Murray on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case number is CD 22110598, located at property address 1201 Citrus Isles. This case first came before the special magistrate on 3/14/23, where evidence was presented before the special magistrate and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on November the 30th of 2022. As previously stated, there are only 2 violations that remain on the property that one was recently brought into compliance. Those violations were 18-12A for the accumulation of leaves, other landscape material that has been brought into compliance. The other violation that remained was for the driveway having cracks and breaks in it. That was violation 9-304B. That violation is currently, the work has been complete, special magistrate, but there's an open permit that we're waiting for a final inspection on. That permit number for record is BLD-RP-23050005. They have already had one final inspection, but they failed that final inspection. And we do have a gentleman here who would like to actually inform you of the status.
Okay, this is the magistrate. Go ahead and tell us why you want the extension, sir. Juan Carlos?
Hello?
Juan? Can you hear us? Like he's freezing.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, tell us why you want the extension, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, why do you want an extension?
But we have complied with all the requests, everything's done. The only thing we're trying to close the permit. As you can see, the property is completely painted, a new driveway. We're trying to close the permit for the driveway. There's a request that we don't really understand. It says the inspector says to clean concrete. We're not sure. We're trying to get a clarification regarding that, but everything's done and it's finished.
Okay, I will say the property looks really, really good.
Thank you.
It's a vast improvement over what was there. If what was there was not acceptable, you've done a really nice job.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm inclined to give you some time to wrap this up. How much time you put?
Special magistrate, I think you would need no more than 28 days.
Okay. All right, so we'll give you until July 11th to wrap this up with the permit. All right, sir,
Thank you very much, sir.
and then we'll hold on the fine. The fine, right?
Yes.
Pay the fine, okay. Okay, that's what we'll do, but you need to follow up with the people who are doing the permit work so that they know you're waiting. You understand the clarification. All right,
Yes, thank you very much.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice work on that.
Can I sign off?
Yes,
Thank you.
Pardon?
Take it to see. We'll go back to page 38. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor DeVito presenting case number CE 22090123. Case address 742 Northwest 10 Terrace, owners Believers Trust Ministries, Inc. First heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $2,850 accrued. The fines continue to accrue, and this is a request for extension. Mr. Dornbach, can you hear us?
I hear you.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
can you tell us why you're seeking an extension?
Well, I have a real issue on that corner up there.
Oh, I'm sorry, the code officer has to speak first.
All right.
Good morning, Special Magistrate, Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Dowla presenting on behalf of Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the case and address as read. This case was first presented to the Special Magistrate on March 20th, 2023 to impose the fines of the following violations. 47-21.6.16A complied. There is a large tree stump on the property. 9-305 subsection B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Section 9-280 subsection H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. It is missing parts. The posts are leaning and disconnected from the mesh. Section 47-20.20 subsection H, the parking facilities are not maintained at this property. It has holes, cracks, deteriorated striping, and missing deteriorated wheel stops. As of May 26, 2023, sections 9-305B, 9-280H1, and 47-20.20H remain non-compliant. Property representative is here to request an extension, and the city is not opposed along with a stay of fines.
Okay, how much time are we talking, sir?
28 days. Or I mean, we'll see how much. I like him to speak and see how much,
Okay.
yeah, because he has some obstacles.
Okay, did I have this case before me? Do we know? Do you have a picture of it by any chance? I remember a church, a white church with.
Yeah, we don't.
It was just March 30th.
Okay, yes, sir, if you could tell us why you need an extension?
Well, what you're not realizing, first off, is most of the work has been taken care of. The parking lot has been resealed and striped. The trees long been cut down. As far as maintenance is concerned, that property is located right on a busy corner where the city and its employees and all the druggies in the area, they hang out there when they come and get their breakfast in the morning and their lunch in the evenings, and therefore I have debris and everything and wine and beer bottles all over the property, which I'm constantly maintaining. And that has not been a real issue for me in terms of long run, because I do it on a regular basis. I go out there. But the fence is down, and that's the main reason that I need the extension, because it was taken down by an automobile accident on the corner right there. A young lady ran the sign, and she ended up flipping upside down and tearing down both fence, believe it or not, on both sides of the property. So I've been waiting for an insurance payment to get that portion resolved so I can replace the fence. And so I'm still in that mode for the insurance receipt funds so I can replace the fence. I inquired whether I could take the fence down and with the inspector, and the inspector said there's no reason I could not take the fence down. But because of all the debris and all the partying that they do on the weekends, and I end up with all that debris out there, and I got a street peddler that's out there, and she peddles right on the side of the building, and I in that area, I restriped that area so that they would have some place to park and see a demarcation, but that has not seemed to happen. So, but basically, I'm only asking for an extension to replace the fence, especially on that side, street side.
What about the landscaping? not being maintained?
The landscape gets cut on a regular basis. It gets
It's
cut
what?
at least twice a month.
Well, there's areas. of
So there's
dead
no
and-
pictures. If you guys had pictures, you'd see what I'm saying is good. The landscaping is fine. I mean, do I have a picture?
Case says, excuse me, the case says there's missing areas of ground cover.
You'd have to
That's
see the
why-
pictures. I need more explanation of that because that's something that was not a part that I'm aware of, the initial complaint. What
Okay.
ground cover, I don't know what you're speaking about.
So you're willing to take the fence down because it's in such bad shape, you're gonna take it down anyhow. If you take it down, you won't have that violation. The city does not want to wait for you to get insurance money. The fence is in bad
Yeah.
shape, and the inspector said
I
you
mean, I
can
could
take
take
it
the
down.
fence down and I'm gonna have everybody dumping on the property. That's been the
Well-
problem. And that's why I'm waiting, so I don't take the fence down. So please don't put me in a catch-22 where I gotta go through all that. You know, and I have a hard enough time trying to maintain that property. The city itself, not the city, but the Fort Lauderdale, what was it? It's well, I can't call the name of it, but they're a private company. They own a lot right across the street. Housing, Fort Lauderdale Housing on their property across the street. They put a 6-foot fence up there and it's still crappy. And the kids, they still throw wine bottles all over in there. I don't know anything about the other people on the corner. I just know about my corner, what I need to do, and I'm trying to get it resolved the best I can.
Yes, Mr.
That's
Mayor,
an old
that's a
picture.
very
That's an old
difficult
picture.
area. We've been working with a lot of the individuals there in Tenth Terrace. And they've been cooperative and trying to help us out with other issues going on in the area to try to maintain and upkeep the properties.
So do you think he's better off keeping the dilapidated fence in the meantime, and waiting for insurance to come through, or take it down?
I think it wants to be in compliance, you could just take it down and then you can put it, back up with a permit later. I mean, I don't know what,
Well,
money wise, what the
the
situation is.
city's offering to give you 28 days to get this resolved. It's July 11th. I'm not sure the insurance is gonna come through by that time. I don't know if you know, but otherwise I will stop the fines that we call it, what do you call it?
Stay the fines.
Stay the fines, which is like suspending them for a month, 28 days. But then they're gonna resume if you don't have a new fence. So I understand, inspector tells me it's a rough neighborhood for people.
Very rough.
Yeah, well, again, it's part of the price we pay living in a city where people are not good about taking care of each other's property.
I don't live there. What I'm trying to do is enhance the community by helping the people. I'm working along with the city. It's a ministry. That's exactly what it is. It's an outreach ministry that I go into the community and try to deal with those people that are on the streets, derelicts and all of that. And at the end of the day, I mean, this is what I get. And it's not because of me working out in the community. It's because of the surrounding businesses that's selling stores and merchandise for them. They got food products and all. And plus they're right next to that commercial corner right there. So it's rough. I got outside people coming in, they do the same thing. They park all over the place. I've got cars parked all along the property. And I don't run them because they kind of block folks from coming in there, dumping.
Okay, again, they're proposing to give you 28 days
I'll
with no
accept that.
fines in the meantime.
I'll
But
accept that.
if it's not done in 28 days, the fines will then resume.
I'm not opposed to we're not opposed to providing more time, I mean, it needs more time.
So how would he do that? Does he ask for it now, or does he
You
ask
can
for it?
request it now, it's fine.
Okay, All right, when do you think, sir, that you're gonna get this insurance done and the fence processed?
I'm trying to get it done within that time frame that you give me. But I don't know, you know, that's beyond my
Alright.
control. Other than that, I can try and raise funds on my own and get it
All right,
taken.
let's give you 56 days, takes us to August 8th with no fines to get this done. And then you're gonna have to clarify that the parking lot is complete and the landscaping meets the code. If you're saying they do, you need to call the inspector, have him or her come out there and say it's complied. The fence is important to get it back up. Okay?
All right,
6
yes.
days, it's all too much to do that, all right?
all righty.
And
Thank
there'll be
you.
no fines, I think at the time, there are fines now, but we'll deal with those later once you're in compliance.
All right,
Okay?
Manny. Yes,
All right,
sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Can I sign up now?
Yes.
You can sign off. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next two cases are the same property, so I'll read those in at the same time. Next case, page 3. Inspectors Paul Smart, case number CE 2303017, case address 2674 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner Aaron C. Gonzalez and Vito Stramaglia, posted at property 52523, posted at City Hall at 53023. Next case, page 4, case number CE 2304065, Inspector Paul Smart, case address 2674 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner Aaron C. Gonzalez and Vito Stramaglia, posted at property 52523, posted at City Hall 53023. Yeah. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
You tell us your name and address and your relationship to the property?
sure. Valencia Alci is the address. Well, I can give you the address to which the property.
That's fine,
the
that's
second-
fine.
Okay, so it's 26, hold on. Okay. I'm the tenant, so all the citations are being issued to me.
And
And
what
that's
is-
my 2674 East Oakland, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, all right, we're gonna hear from the code inspector first now. Yes, sir.
Sure.
Unless there's another person, right?
Is there somebody else that wants to speak with you?
He's not responding.
Yes, yes, please.
They haven't shown up yet for some reason. We'll try to get them.
No, they're in there. They just can't get.
Can't get them?
He's not responding.
I'm sorry?
He's not responding.
He's not.
Oh, here he is.
responding to
Here he
us.
goes now. Hello, Scott, can you hear us? Scott, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. Please check the settings on your microphone.
Chris Masseni is also trying to get on.
That's. Right, that's.
Chris.
Yeah.
Call in or what? Hmm?
And Chris Mancini is.
Yeah.
Gotta be four, right?
There you go.
Now we can't hear him.
Here he is.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
and we're gonna swear
Great,
you
good.
in.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm an attorney. I'm an attorney.
Oh,
We still swear everyone in, sir.
Well, okay, swear me in.
Please raise your, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? He's frozen.
He's frozen.
Chris, can you hear us?
No, I've got, this whole procedure has been garbled. I hear some words and not others. I don't know why.
Okay, so I stopped your video to save you some bandwidth. Can you hear us clearly now?
I can hear you much better now.
Yeah, we're gonna have the inspector testify now. Yes, sir.
Well, smart, say Fort Lauderdale Court.
A bit louder.
Yeah,
Oh, louder?
yes, please.
Okay. Paul Smart, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 230-30717 for property located at 2674 East Oakland Park Boulevard. As a result of numerous complaints received by community members through the mayor's office and upper management, this property was inspected on 4/2/23. As required by code, some measurements were taken from the complainant's property at 2656 Northeast 30th Place, and the following violations were found, or violation was found. Section 17-6, maximum permissible dBA sound level. And there is noise in excess of the permissible sound level limits of 50 dBA after 10 p.m. Decibel readings were as follows: 73 dBA at 1:58 a.m., 72 dBA at 1:59 a.m., 72 dBA at 1:59 a.m. as well. The violation is irreparable, irreversible in nature. An inspection report was posted to the property, and a copy was mailed to the property owners as listed on Broward County's property appraiser via first-class mail. City is seeking maximum fine of $15,000. As this property has been a nuisance to the community by playing loud music on a regular basis, disturbing the residents.
All right, let's do the other case too. Next meeting.
And this is
Same property.
the same property. This is case number CE 230-40655. Property located, same address, 2674 East Oakland Park Boulevard. Same procedure through complaints. This property was inspected on 4/30/2023. As required by code, the measurements were taken from the complainant's property at 2656 Northeast 30th Place and found in violation of section 17-6, maximum permissible dBA levels.
What is the maximum?
50 dBA after 10
Okay,
p.m.
okay. So go ahead and tell them the number.
All right, so the readings for this day was 55 dBA at 1:55 a.m., 58 dBA at 1:56 a.m. And this said 56 at 1:57. This violation is irreparable, reversible, and an inspection report was created also for property for the citation for this violation, and was mailed to property owners as well as posted to the property. And once again, the city is also seeking maximum fine for this one.
And we'll just take it from the same, the reading,
Same
property,
Same property.
same property from the readings.
Yes, 56
Right,
North.
the first night was really, really high.
Yes.
70s.
And Your Honor, if I could, and I apologize for interrupting, Ron Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, we need to show the video of the second readings, please.
Sure.
Yeah, I think
We only showed you this first.
Okay.
Gotta get the sound.
Okay, I think we did. Yes, how far away was this taken? Is he's talking about where it's.
We're not sure how many feet, however, the city's code section 17-6, subsection B requires that the measurements be taken from the complainant's property for outdoor sound violations.
So that's where this was.
Which was pretty much, it's like behind the property, but across the road.
Okay, what is this property? What is it? Nightclub, a restaurant, what is it?
It's a club.
What's the name of it? What? True. Okay, anything else, Mr. Smart?
No, that's what we said.
Okay, the respondent or Mr. Mancini, do you wish to respond or ask questions?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Mr.
Yes.
Mancini, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Mancini, we can't hear you. How about the respondent? Do you have a question while we're waiting?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, first of all, we're requesting an extension. My clients have just approached me with this. I was out of town prior to this time, but my understanding is that the applicable decibel level for a commercial property is not 50, it's 65. Whether it's 50 or 65, my client has undertaken remedial installation of batting and other soundproofing materials. The inspector needs to come back out to verify that the readings that were obtained that we just saw on that video are in fact still the readings. The other problem I have with that video is that it's probably picking up ambient noise from cars and other vehicles, not just what's emanating from the structure. So we need an extension so I can get a sound engineer out there, analyze the current levels, especially in view of the remediation that my client has undertaken, and then retest that. These are all things that are necessary because the extension is necessary because I was just asked to look at this just on Friday or Saturday, actually Saturday. And so I've got to scramble to try and get that all done. And I would request a 28-day extension.
Special Magistrate, code compliance supervisor, yes, if I may, first of all, to the assertion that the decibel requirements are 65 dBA for commercial properties, the code section 17-6 subsection A clearly states that the sound level limit of the complainant's use shall apply. You know, in addition to how I mentioned how the readings should be taken from the complainant's property, that's the individual that would be affected, and that's why the code's intent is to make sure that the limits are set to the complainant's standards, not where the sound is emanating from. In addition to that, we'd be opposed to an extension. This matter has been going on for months with very little to no cooperation from them. But we've made efforts to speak with them, and we've gotten zero cooperation from them. And furthermore, any future reading or to get a sound engineer to test noise that isn't purely depicting what it was like at that evening is inconsequential. What really matters is the measurements that were taken that evening, that the code officers testifying to that there was no ambient noise, and these are the accurate readings that were taken that were above the city's requirements.
Yeah, Mr. Smart, when you took these from the complainant's property, were you on Oakland Park Boulevard or in the neighborhood behind this club?
I was actually in the neighborhood behind the.
So there's no traffic back there, very, very little traffic.
Zero
So
traffic. back
no
there.
ambient noise, it was appreciable, right?
Yeah.
Especially at that
Especially at
hour.
that time of morning.
Yeah, this time.
Early.
So Mr. Mancini, apparently you got a client that is not, has been kind of difficult to deal with and has been recalcitrant. And I'm not gonna put up with it for the city and for these people who live with this, especially when the mayor is getting complaints and it's going to be going on for a long time. So no, I'm not gonna give a 28-day extension, especially for what work has put up from Mr. Davila, because these cases, violations already occurred. So I'm gonna impose the maximum fine and under the testimony that the respondent has not taken any steps other than right now to try to fix it. And it better be fixed. If it comes back before me, I'll do whatever I can to impose $15,000 every night or every day that they show me it is in violation. You can have a club, but you can't make it noisy and disturb people. That's going to stop, and it stops now. Is that clear?
Well, it's certainly clear to me, but at the same time, you have to understand, I've not been involved in this case. As far
I
as their reluctance or refusal to cooperate before, that ends when you hire counsel. So I'm willing to work to resolve this as best it can be resolved, but I need some time to do it.
Well, that's for the future. I'm talking about this is for the past, April 4 to April 2 and April 30th. And especially at April 2, these were horrendous noise violations in the 70s, 73 dBA, 72, 72 at 2 o'clock in the morning. And apparently this has been going on for some time. So I'm imposing the maximum fine on each of these violations. You can seek to read.
I believe.
Go ahead.
I understand. I believe my client is the only person that can speak to what occurred on those occasions, and I think she wants to address you.
Yeah, she can. This is her time.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. My name is Alencia Alcius. I'm a tenant and part owner of the lounge. And if you look in the video, there's a car, the one that says 73. One thing about these measurements is that it picks up every little sound, birds, wind, nature. And if you look at the specific video where it's 73, there's a car that's on in that video. There's a red light, the motor is running, it's literally within feet. And if you compare that with the second video where there really isn't a car on, there's a significant difference in terms of the numbering. We also have asked that the officers come out on nights where the club is not open. And we have videos that we would like to show Special Magistrate where when we are not open, it is above 50. It's 53, it's 52, it's 54, very similar to the second video. We were actually informed by Mr. Juan Julio, I believe, that those readings would also be uploaded where Special Magistrate can see them, where when the club is not open, that the readings are also above 50. And those readings were not uploaded as we were informed that they would be. So the only thing that we were able to do is capture them ourselves on our cell phone because we weren't sure if they were going to be truthful in that manner. The other thing is the code is very ambiguous in terms of which code or which number applies to us. It's been numerous times where we've reached out to the city of Fort Lauderdale and we were advised that because we're commercial and there are residentials that are behind us and we were here before they were there, the code that should be applied is a mixed use commercial. So it's really unclear as to what exactly number is supposed to appear. And if Magistrate would look at all of our previous citations, they're all a little over 50. This is the first time that they have found a number that is in the 70s, and it just so happened that a vehicle is right there. But if your magistrate would look at any of the other violations, they're 54, 52, 53. Again, when we're not open, it's the same thing. And the other thing is It wasn't until recently that we were given notice that these violations were occurring, because before, just about a month ago, all we would get is citations. At no point were we given any type of notice, hey, you're above this, which the code requires. And so we specifically asked to come before the magistrate for a better understanding of the code, because when we have reached out to the officers, they say that they're only applying it based on their understanding of the code. There's nothing written specifically that states that when a commercial and a residential are involved, that it has to be the residential, specifically when the commercial was the property that was there first. These property came after the club was there. And so there's, we're doing the best that we can, like, Mr. Mancini said, in terms of installation, that was something that was done recently. And in terms of them coming out to test us, when they did do that, we were fine. We were fine. I would like for them to show you the readings when they came out while the club was closed. It's the exact same number, Special Magistrate.
Are you saying you took the readings at the same place where Mr. Smart took them on the complaint?
Yes, Your Magistrate. Yes, Your Magistrate. I have them right here on my phone, but because we have not been able to sit down with our attorney because he has a trial tomorrow, and I have been for weeks trying to reach out to Special Magistrate, not specifically you, but even Don Julio. I've sent numerous emails asking to reset this because we want to get our attorney involved, because we know for certain that we were there taking these readings. I don't know if Special Magistrate can see that, but we were where they're located right now, and the club was closed, and we're looking at 56 dBA. And we're also looking at 52.2 dBA. That was not uploaded specifically intentionally, because Your Magistrate, they don't want you to know that. And again, if you look at that video at the 73, there's a car literally within feet that's on.
Okay, Mr. Davila?
Special Master, we do take into account ambient noise, and oftentimes we've not established violations whenever there's ambient noise, not just on this property, but on other properties. This is not the first time she's been notified, and this speaks to the fact that they really haven't been willing to try to understand the code and to try to work with us. We've gone by there every single time we take the reading, and especially initially when we first approached them to notify them of what was transpiring and that they're in violation of the city code. But quite frankly, they didn't want to take the inspector's word for it, who is the individual who does this for a living and studies the code and enforces these, has been empowered to enforce the ordinances of the city. Instead, we've been met with a very antagonizing behavior, videoing the conversations with the code enforcement officer every single time we're there. So that's not cooperation. That's just, complete disregard for, the officer's professionalism and his duty. And if they really wanted to get a clear understanding, they would have requested a meeting with us. Could have shown them what the code sections are, how they're applied. But that hasn't been their approach this entire time.
Okay, but your earlier testimony was there's been a pattern of noise violations reported to the mayor's office,
Yes.
your office.
Yes.
The city
over and
manager's
over
office.
and over.
There has been a
So the
pattern.
fact that she's saying their club was there before the neighborhood was there, that means nothing to me.
That's
Nothing.
that's
That is no relevance.
inconsequential.
And I'm sure that club wasn't there for like the last year or so, because it's probably a new club. The Oakland Park Boulevard has had clubs up and down there for 50 years. So your club was not there. I don't know if you're doing live music or recorded music,
Yes,
but it's live.
yes, but
Okay,
that's
it's probably
like
based, right? It's typically based.
Your
It's
In addition,
Your
just one more.
Magistrate,
one second, please.
In addition to that, whether any of the previous readings we've taken did not meet the threshold required, what we're speaking about are these two instances where they were in violation,
Right.
and that's really the only thing that matters today.
Yes, exactly. I don't care if, in the past that you didn't have violations, you shouldn't have violations every day. You've got one that's really egregious. I don't see that the car, was that car a loud car? Any reason for ambient noise?
Your Magistrate, it would be. We are there while they're.
Excuse me, you still talking?
Sorry.
Yeah, it was a live band they had that night, and the band was really loud.
Okay, all right, don't seem to get the message. If you're gonna continue to operate there, You're gonna do it meeting the code. You wanna meet with the people at the city to see what it takes to, you understand things better, that's fine. But this is not going to persist. I want to make that very clear. If it comes back before me, it's going to be a bad day. Very bad day for this club. Understood? Every
Your
day show me.
Magistrate, I understand, and I just like respectfully like to speak when you're done. I don't want to interrupt.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand you're saying that this was a particular day, and I do agree with you that it just so happens if your magistrate would look at our history, at no point was there ever a 70+ DBA reading. And I know your magistrate doesn't want to hear the fact that the vehicle that's within feet of that actually affects the reading, but we are there while they are doing the readings. And if you look at the prior reading that was also presented at 50, there are no vehicles, but we're still open. And so it is really imperative that that be considered, or at least, you know, be considered when you're thinking about the fact that we are in violation for that night. It wasn't just us that affected that reading. And we would like the opportunity for them to come out, or at the very least, for your magistrate to see the readings when we are closed, because it is important. We don't have the opportunity to show our evidence. And I'd also like to bring to your magistrate's attention, all of these citations are issued to the tenant. However, when the notice was given for the hearing, we weren't even on here. Just to be here to be able to speak with you was nearly impossible. And so because this affects us, we should be able to bring in our attorney, bring in our evidence to really present your magistrate our case so that we can show you that we're not in violation, at least not every night. I can't speak for every day of the past, but I can tell you that night that vehicle affected the reading greatly. And we would like the opportunity to present your magistrate with the evidence so that we're not fined on a daily basis, because that's not who we are. That's not what we do. And we just wanted the opportunity to present all of our evidences and be put on the notice as well, because we're the one making these requests. I've been requesting to speak with the city since March. They actually have been issuing citations, and one of them, they specifically withdrew their citation because they knew that they were wrong. I have letters, I have emails. At no point have I ignored, or we've ignored the city at all. We engage with them every night, every time they come out. So the image that they're portraying today, it's not correct.
Okay, well, first of all, they're not citing you every night. I have 2 cases, 2 nights that are before me. That's it. But if I'm saying if it comes back before me in the future, you'll certainly have due process. The lawyer knows what that means, and an opportunity to be heard. But if it's in violation, again, it will be dealt with what it deserves to be dealt with. So hold on. So I want you to take the time in the meantime and make an appointment, meet with the code people, get to a resolution of this thing so you can continue to do business. The reason you don't get notice is the property owner gets notice, not the tenant. Under the state law and the city ordinance, the property owner is responsible for the violation. He or she in turn then looks to you as the tenant to cure it, but they're responsible. Again, they're not here for repeated violations, although you might have had other ones, they're not before. I'm talking about these 2. I find these 2 are in violation. I can't believe that a car standing there contributed another 20 decibels to this noise violation. It's not credible. I'm weighing the evidence. I don't find that credible.
Ms. Jordan had a comment, Your Honor, if I could.
Yeah.
You covered my comment.
And I have a question if I can.
Yes.
Celsius. Good morning, Katrina Johnson, Jordan Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. In response to the complaints, there's been 24 complaints in the past 12 months. And they have had more than one violation, whether it was 5 decibels over or 20 decibels over. They already have fines that 250, 500, and 6,000. There was a citation for noise. That's $250. Another one that's $500. Another that is $250. And then for some, I guess there was an issue with trash on the property that accrued fines of $6,000. So we've had several complaints on the property over the past 2 years. So that's 24 complaints.
But they're primarily related to noise.
Everyone was related to noise except the one that said trash on the property.
Okay, so again, you've got a pattern here, whether you know about it or not, of noise, and it's got to stop. I'll give you the opportunity going forward to work with the city to make sure you can conduct your business in a way that is peaceful enough for you to operate and the people who live there not to have to listen to this. But it's not going to continue. I can assure you, if it's before me, it will not continue. I don't care whether you have a lawyer or not, that's what's going to happen. It's going to stop. You want to come down here and find out what the codes are or how to deal with it, what you're doing for measurements to correct it, that's fine. But I'm finding the violation with the 73 decibels, that was credible to me from Mr. Smart, who certified to do this kind of work, and I'm quoting the maximum fine on that case. On the other case, I will give a break because the numbers are not that high, and I'll drop that down to 2,000. Although you're telling me it's 53 or so anyhow, I don't have any reason to believe that because I can't see your telephone. So I'm going to bring the second case down to $2,000 fine, total of 17,000. And the reason for that is to get your attention to stop this. You're going to have a live band. You're not going to do that where you destroy this peace and quiet of the people who live there, who are taxpayers. Your patrons are not here to be entertained in a way that affects other people. That's not going to happen.
Special Mayor, I just to ask Ms. Aloysius a question if I may. Ms. Aloysius, you stated that you took your own measurements on those evenings. Are you saying that you were at the complainant's property along with Mr. Smart while he was taking his measurements? Or were you taking the measurements from somewhere else?
My testimony is that majority of the time, including over the weekend, when your officers come out to take the measurements, we are present with them on the property with them taking measurements. And so that particular night, I can't recall whether or not I was there, but I can tell you that that vehicle, despite what is being said, has a significant effect on that noise. And we would like the opportunity to present to Special Magistrate evidence to show that. We don't have competing evidence because we weren't given the opportunity, but we are pleading and begging Special Magistrate for the opportunity to present a video with a vehicle right next to where that vehicle is to present to the magistrate while we're closed that the numbers are precisely the same. We have done this for the past 3 years and we know, like you, what affects the noise. And as it relates to the numbers that were presented, we know for certain that that vehicle for that 73 number did significantly affect the noise, similar to the fact that the 53 that was shown or the 54, the 56, there are no vehicles nearby. But we're open, yet that number is in the 50s. So I can tell you, just based on experience similar to yours, every time they come out, they will call us, they'll knock on the door, we'll come out, we'll take the reading with them. Sometimes we'll record, sometimes we won't. And so we do have that evidence. You're able to present all of your evidence. We would just like the opportunity to do the same before the Special Magistrate, because we do have such evidence. We also have photos of the installation or the measurements that we've taken to prevent the noise from seeping through our club when we're open. We have photos of all of that as well. We were just hoping for a continuance.
If this had been a one-time thing, I'd be inclined to be much more accommodating to you. This has been a pattern of conduct testified to by the city staff that has persisted. So I told you, it stops today. It just stops today.
Special Magistrate.
Hold on, don't interrupt me, please.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done,
Good,
sir.
then don't, I'm still speaking.
Okay.
If you want to seek a reduction under the lien reduction program, you can file for that. And the evidence for to show what you're talking about. But I'm hearing from Mr. Smart, who's certified and who's testified the car did not contribute substantially or appreciably to the noise readings he took in the 70s on April 2. That's the one that's really egregious. The live one. If you don't remember you were there, your evidence is not helpful to me. I'm imposing that $15,000 fine and the $2,000 for the other case. And I'm done with the case for today.
Okay, so that means I can't speak anymore, correct?
I'm sorry?
That means I can't speak anymore, correct? I
You
just
can
want to
speak, but I've got like 90 other people to speak here. So what do you
Okay,
want to say?
the only thing I will say is special magistrate is the fact that you're saying that, on one hand, you're saying this is one time, this is a one-time special case, the 73, we're here for just these two. But then on the other hand, you're saying these are repeated. I can testify that the repeated violations that Ms. Jordan is talking about, we were never presented before the magistrate, and that is for a reason. There wasn't enough evidence. And like I stated earlier, they specifically withdrew their citation. Anything relating to garbage or the painting or anything of that sort, that's not why we're here, but anything relating to noise, there's a reason why we haven't been before the magistrate because of that, because we've had evidence also to disprove their supposed violations. And so for this 73, it's very clear in the video that there is something different that's not with the other ones. And like I said, I'm going to repeat my request to present evidence to show special magistrate, but if special magistrate doesn't want any of our evidences, I understand.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that,
Well,
first of all, because the tenant had the opportunity
To
as
bring
all of
evidence
the,
today.
correct.
You had notice and opportunity, and you got a lawyer, even if you just hired him.
Yeah,
You
we
could've-
did.
Excuse me. You could
Sorry.
have brought your evidence today. This was the time to do it. You chose not to do it, or you didn't do it. Don't interrupt me. So I'm not gonna hear evidence when it's too late to do it now. You can do that when you mitigate it, you choose to do that. You could do that. But with this pattern and what this effect on this neighborhood, how many cases did they say? 24 cases?
22.
22 cases. That is not just something that's happening because cars are driving by. This is your club. That's the testimony. So you get it fixed, or you're gonna have a big problem.
For the record, special magistrate, the instructions were to upload documents or any evidence presented is provided to all the respondents when they're giving the instructions to log on via Zoom and when they get their hearing notice.
Okay, so
And
I'm
we
done.
didn't get it. We never got notice. I had to call special magistrate's assistant yesterday to get the Zoom. We never got any notice. And that's why I was trying to bring to your magistrate's attention. We were not even put on the notice. We got no
Right.
notice. We didn't even
And
know.
and again, ma'am, you're not
upload evidence.
entitled to notice as a matter of law. You're the tenant.
I
Pursuant to chapter
understand.
162, the notice is legally obligated only to the owner. So your
But
issue.
I'm only responding to the fact that we should have, or we could have brought forth evidence. We couldn't. It was impossible. We didn't have links. We didn't have any information or anything of that sort. That's why our
And you've been
evidence.
emailing staff for weeks about a continuance. So in those weeks that you were emailing the supervisor Davila, you could have been gathering your evidence for today's hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, and
What-
we asked for the Zoom to do that. If you look at the email specifically say, please provide us the Zoom information, because I'm also an attorney, so I know we have to provide these things in advance of the hearing. At no point was the information provided to us. That's the issue. We didn't know how to do it.
It was sent to you, ma'am, by the clerk, and again, you have no legal right to it unless the owner grants you that right, and you should know that as an attorney. Read the statute.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you now, this case is concluded. Seek a reduction if you choose to under the lien reduction program. But
Okay.
I've said it before, I'll just, my parting shot is, do not come back before me. Do not meet with the city and get this resolved, mitigate your sound in your clubs, but if it persists, woe betide. Because I will use every opportunity to protect these neighbors from this noise. We don't get to have this club make money to the detriment of people who are trying to sleep. It's not going to happen. That's been clear. I'm saying it again. The case is over. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Next case, page 23. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2304-0400. Case address 1400 Bayview Drive, owner 1400 Bayview LLC, in care of Shia Kirchner. Posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 53023. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Your name and representation with the client?
Bob Switkus, represent 1400 Bayview Drive.
You were before us recently, right, about the nightclub bar or the party on Christmas, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna hear from the inspector.
Good morning. Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 23040400, 1400 Bayview Drive for violation 15282 D1A. There's a qualified number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate of suspension for 180 days for the special magistrate. The case itself, where we had the 3 violations for this suspension of 180 days, was CE 23030651, was cited on 3/20/23, and it was imposed. You had a hearing on that on 5/9/23, and you imposed 3 of the fines at $200 apiece for the $600. The fines are as follows: 15,278.1E for a parking violation, 15,278.5A for noise violation, and 15,278.2B for maximum occupancy. The city is requesting that the suspension be imposed starting immediately.
So these are all for violations on the one day?
That were on the one day in that particular case.
So 3 different reasons.
And then just to refresh your memory on that thing, that's where we had a party where the police were called out.
I vividly remember the case.
Yeah, and it was like they estimated over 100
Bayview
people,
Drive.
over 100 people.
Right, and I remember them saying, no one called us to tell us about this. Like it was somehow the city's obligation to make sure that they were given notice before they were in trouble. And I spoke to the lawyer about that, he'll remember that. You had a discussion with him?
Yes, sir. I apologize. I've been at the city attorney's office this morning trying to get linked in because we didn't have the Zoom, but I'm here in the parking lot.
Okay.
My client has had this property for more than a year and has been totally compliant. There's no question that the person that rented this home lied to us. We had somebody check the property before midnight. Nobody was there. We assumed that the cars were in the garage. And there's no question that the videos show what they did. They were unceremoniously escorted off the property that morning and abandoned the property. We revoked their deposit, and we understand that what they did is totally inappropriate, and we agree. The only thing we're saying is this is the first time in more than a year the property has ever had a violation, and we would request a somewhat leniency in light of the fact that we've operated this property totally in compliance, and this one person has ruined that for us. And we would think it's more than a little bit harsh to revoke our license for 6 months on the basis of one night.
Okay, in this particular case, I remember it quite clearly, and the violations were egregious, is the right word. And I remember statements from the owner and from you that nobody called us to tell us that we would have come in and fixed it. That's not the point. The point was, when you do these kind of things, and use a vacation rental opportunity, you're in charge of the property. They had noise monitors there that apparently didn't work. The traffic was horrible. This is like the day after Christmas, is what they call it. And I'm not going to give a break for somebody that, I'm not here to talk about when they were being good, because that's what they're supposed to be every day. You're going to do this thing. It's when they're being bad, and this was truly, truly bad. So I am going to impose 180 days, and this will teach the property owner that you're responsible. But when if you got somebody there and they lie to you, you better have somebody there that's monitoring it much closer, have a better dialogue with your neighbors so they can reach out. But there's no reason that the city has to, and its inhabitants have to suffer for this. And this is to show people in that neighborhood and the city itself, this is not tolerated. So I don't see any reason to reduce this just because you were good all the rest of it.
Well, just to clarify, we have somebody that is there within 10 minutes, and in all cases, we do have a sound monitor, we have video cameras. These people showed up after midnight after our last check, and they did evade even every system we have in place. And I totally understand that that night was unacceptable, and it's unacceptable to us. The only reason we're here is because they evaded even our person checked before midnight and nobody was there. And we apologize and just ask for some leniency in light of the fact this is the one and only violation.
I'll ask the city if there's.
No, Your Honor, but plus the fact is when they receive a certificate, they even sign that they're aware of the rules and the regulations and the violations. And when you have an occupancy of 7 bedrooms, that allows you 14 people with the maximum occupancy of 20. And the police officer said there was over 100 people at that location.
So the fact that they didn't know about it, they did it after hours.
Whether that's why they have a manager.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I think we talked about. Excuse me.
And just so you,
Hold on.
I apologize. All
right, and if you want to have communications with the neighbors that are around there, that is a good idea, because if it was again, after the suspension, it lapses, you'll want to make sure that they get a hold of you before the city's brought out there, so it can stop. But it's not going to be tolerated for your client or anybody else that does vacation rental. This is the grace that the state has given people to do these operations in a residential area. Many people do not agree with it, but it is the law, or the law of the state and the law of the city, and to do it. But it's also this posture to show you that if it is violated, it's going to be dealt with strictly and like I'm going to do. I am going to impose 180 days. That concludes the case, I think.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next page, also page 23. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2305-0515, address 6600 Northeast 21st Drive. Owner Jacqueline A. Corman and Adrian Beltree, posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 53023.
Hello.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
What's your name and relationship to the property?
Adrian Veltri, owner of the property.
Okay, thank you. The inspector's going to speak now.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 2305-0515, address 6600 Northeast 21st Drive. For violation 15282 D1D. There is a violation of the Florida Building Code, which constitutes a request for a temporary suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The actual building inspector case is E. Lake and Boy, E. Lake and Edward 2305-0116. Okay, and that was cited by the building department on 5/16/2023 for code 1051. Okay, and the city's requesting they'll be suspended until they have taken care of that permit.
Okay, so the 1051 is for doing work without permits, right?
Correct.
Okay. So do we know what the work was?
The work itself is the fence.
A fence.
Some fence with some gates, and the neighbor saying it's also was built on his property.
All right, so it's the city's request that they not.
They'll be suspended, until
it's resolved.
So it's resolved.
Which is typical that the property has to be full line of compliance for vacation rental to be authorized, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. You wanted to speak.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, so my wife and I closed on this home in August 20th of 2021, almost 2 years ago. The fence that's referenced in the citation was installed just over a week before we closed on the home. We do believe that the previous owner followed all the guidelines to receive that permit, and that the current fence as it stands today. And we did submit an appeal of the code case. But in parallel, we do have a new fence permit application in progress. All documents were accepted. The permit fee was paid, and the case is currently before the building review status of that permit application lifecycle. So I'd just like to request an extension to allow that open application to complete. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. The way the codes are set up for the state of Florida, and then as it trickles down to the city, that if there's a violation on the property, somebody wants to do a vacation rental, violations must be satisfied before the vacation rentals may return. That's what it is, whether it's a fence, plumbing, electrical, I don't care what it is. That's what the law is. That's for the safety of the people who are there. Even a fence could harm somebody if it's not properly in it. So we're gonna have to wait until you get that resolved. Then you will be able to resume vacation rentals. But do not do any rentals until this is resolved.
And we do have an open appeal for that code case. So even while that appeal is in progress,
That doesn't, you've got to get the fence so it meets code. Whatever it takes to get that done. When you got that done, let the code inspector know and he will lift the order.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Magistrate?
Yes.
Hold on, sir. Just for a matter of record, when we say cease operations of the vacation rental, that also means remove all advertisements during the suspension timeframe as well.
And just to clarify, that is for advertisements for under 30 days, right? Over 30 days requires no short-term rental license.
Absolutely.
Great, great. Thank you. Understood.
But he still needs to have his fence repaired before he can rent the property, right?
Well, so here's the thing, because he has, the ordinance basically says it's for anything under 30 days. So if he advertises for more than 30 days, he's not advertising technically a short-term rental at that time.
Okay, so the fence wouldn't prohibit a long-term rental.
Not a long-term rental, no.
Okay, well, that's a sort of a benefit to you and a loophole. But the short-term rental, no advertisements, no occupancies until this is resolved.
Understood. Thank you.
Danger, if you do it, it will be very severe consequences financially, which I do not want to do. City does not want to do. They want to ensure that the property is safe. All right, sir?
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 4. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23040376. Case address 6001 North Powerline Road, owner 6001 Powerline LLC. Personal service on 5/24/23, posted at City Hall 5/30/24.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Andrew Nomov. Here with me is my general contractor, Gil. I'm the managing member for 6001 Powerline LLC, which is the owner of the 6001 Powerline Road.
Okay, will you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, now the inspector is going to speak.
Good morning, Gus Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 23040376 for the property located at 6001 North Caroline Road. Inspection of the property was performed on April 12, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 47-19.9. There's outdoor storage of derelict vehicles at this property's parking lot area. The outdoor storage is not screened by a wall in accordance with requirements of section 47-19.9. 18-4C. There are derelict vehicles and or trailers parked stored on the property's parking lot area. 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and on its swale. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on April 12, 2023, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner and property representative. Special magistrate request form sent on May 5th and scheduled for today's special master hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 8th, 2023, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. Sir, the city is requesting the following: 7 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $150 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence and we have the property owner here with us today.
Okay, gentlemen, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you so much. We have, we've been operating this property since 2021. We have not had any prior violations. In January of this year, we have been approved permits for remodeling the property. Remodeling involved adding the loading docks, redesigning that section of the parking lot, repainting the property, and then adding additional landscaping from the airport side. So when we started the construction, the remodeling involved quite a bit of work inside the property. And while the work was being done, and it's being done right now, we had no other choice but to remove some of the vehicles that we usually store inside the building outside so that the contractors can finish the work inside the property. We're getting pretty close to completing the remodeling. We have approved fencing permit, which the fencing now is installed. We installed the screening. So if possible, I would like to share what the property looks like today from outside and ask for an extension to allow us to finish the remodeling of the property inside while it's taking place to be able to use the parking lot to temporarily store the cargo that's normally stored outside until we finish the construction.
The city does not wish to allow that. We've got 7 days to get this done. I'm going to increase the fine to $250 a day for each violation. This has been, you've been told about this, you haven't done anything about it. Now you're going to do something about it, or you're going to start to pay fines. It does not want the money, it wants the compliance. So the answer is no. 7 days to get it started, or the fines will get. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to correct myself. The city is requesting 10 days.
10 days.
Yes, sir.
So that's better for you. 10 days to remove the cars temporarily until you get done. And this is not to be used as a parking lot for storage. Most of these cars look like they're junk or damaged cars. So this is not helping the look of your property, that's for sure. So get them off of there on time, or the fines will start. Do you have any questions?
Is it possible for me to share the current view of the property, because we did clean the property?
I'm looking at what the testimony from the inspector. The inspector is telling me he's got pictures that I'm looking at here, and you're probably looking at. There are multiple cars, derelict cars, all over this property. How long has this been going on?
Your Honor, the history basically for this particular property has been going on via email with the engineering permit for the last 6 months. The property owner has been told not to do this prior to my case. A week prior to my case opening and finding this, because this is actually.
Which was what day again?
It was a week prior to April 12th.
Okay.
The landscaping inspector was out there looking at the landscaping. He was told by the landscaper, hey, you gotta get these vehicles inside. You have an agreement. And again, on April 12th, I was actually doing another inspection, and one of the airport security personnel approached me because he had a trash and it was blowing. That day we had there was a storm, but all the trash was blowing into the other side, on the airport side. And they were afraid that one of these trash bags or something might fly into the jet engines. Correct. And the owner was told by engineering basically not to do this kind of activity because of the area that he is located. He has been told, and there are emails on this, that if he is going to put these type of vehicles outside of the actual building, he requires to build a 10-foot wall. If he doesn't choose to have that 10-foot wall, then all the vehicles have to be put or placed inside the building itself, or removed. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, his business happens to be that he sells, as you can see, vehicles that have been mentioned, and he does export them outside. He does have a business tax narrative. But the email with Bert Ford and all the engineering departments is very clear. You cannot have these vehicles out there, and if you do want to have them, he has to build them.
Okay, well, you don't want to build a wall for a temporary thing while you're doing renovation, I'm sure. So they're going to have to go. And that can be removed from the property or put back inside, however you do it. But you have 10 days within which to do it, or the fines will start. $250 per violation. So,
Your Majesty, I understand. Thank you. is it possible for me to share what the property looks like right now? Because with respect to the airport, so look, with respect to the airport, we obviously take the airport safety very seriously. We only have 10 employees working at this property. This 10 employees only eat inside a cafeteria, and not a single bottle, not a single garbage can is thrown by our employees. There are 3 fast food restaurants right next door to us: Wawa, Wendy's, and the third one, and Arby's. And their customers used to park on our property, eat, throw away the trash, which we diligently cleaned weekly, right? Because it ends up on our property. And now with the fence we put up, we're hoping that they won't no longer park on our property and enjoy their fast food at our property, and that the 3 fast food restaurants are going to take a much more active role in cleaning up that garbage. But I fully agree, having the airport and the fast food trash that's being thrown away by the fast food clients is just a bad idea, and it's an accident waiting to happen, right? So we've taken that.
Again, you're not being cited for the garbage bags from the fast food restaurants. You're cited for outside storage of vehicles, which has to go. And also, there is one for overgrowth, trash, or rubbish. If that is deposited on your property, because you're the property owner, no matter who puts it there, you're responsible to maintain the property and clean it. If somebody came by and put graffiti on your walls, you didn't do it, but you'd be responsible to clean it. That's the price you pay for owning property anywhere. And certainly, go ahead.
I understand. So this is what, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
So this is what the property looks like today. We have.
That's the swale. That's the swale. That's fine.
Right. But this is the fence covering the entire site. It has.
What about inside the fence? Where's the picture of that?
Inside the fence, still to this day, we have temporarily removed the vehicles from inside the building outside while the contractor is trying to finish up the work. We have another 35 days, which I have a proposal from Guild subcontractor that they need to resurface all the floors, and it's just impossible for us to operate our business while they're resurfacing the floors if those cars are inside. So we're asking for leniency to give us.
I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. The picture you're showing me of the swale looks wonderful. That's the way it should be anyhow. But you cannot, while you're in the middle of doing this, leave cars outside until you're done. That's just not the way it works. City opposes the extension to do that. So I'm not going to give you the authority to do that. You got 10 days to relocate these cars temporarily, get them back inside to avoid the fines. City does not want the money, but they do want the compliance. And that's why I'm insisting on you got 10 days.
Maybe I can address this to Inspector Gustavo Caracas and Bert Ford. If you give us at least 20 days, then we can work over the weekends, nights, and finish the cleanup inside the building and go on with our business and never be in this meeting again.
Your Honor,
Just asking for 10 extra days.
One second, he's talking here. Make sure he can hear you.
Yes, I have been instructed to issue 28 days to have compliance with all the violations. If not, it'll be.
All right, so you are going to give him 28 days.
Yes.
All right, you're very fortunate that he's gotten
Thank you.
authority to give you the full 28 days. I can assure you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate.
If not timely met, the fines will start every day for any violation, including overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, no matter who puts it there. You as a property owner will have to have somebody, your 10 employees, come out there and periodically clean it up, but it's got to be taken care of. The picture you're showing me is a very good picture of what it should look like in and outside. Okay, so good day for you. 28 days to get it done.
Thank
Or
you.
250. Are there costs for these things?
I'm sorry.
No, this is initial.
Okay,
This is
all right.
initial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you, everyone.
28 days.
Case page 5. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 221208119, case address 901 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Owner 901 Northwest 3rd Avenue LLC. Posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 53023.
Hello?
Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, I am.
All right, what is your name and what is your relationship to the property?
Alex Kostinsky, I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, the inspector is going to speak now.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 2212-0819 for the property located at 901 Northwest Third Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on December 29, 2022. Cited for the following violations. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in and around the vacant lot property consisting of but not limited to household trash, cans, furnitures, and construction debris. Overgrowth extends but is not limited to the swale and the right of way. The shrubbery surrounding the vacant lot is overgrown and extends to the right of way. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on December 29, 2022, allowing 15 days to have compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner and with the property owner's son. We have spoken on how to come into compliance as well.
Is that a tent? By the way, what is that? What's that picture?
That is a, in this type, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Inside the property.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Special magistrate request form was sent on Johnny Renan and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 8th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence, and we have the property owner with us today.
How long has this been persisting?
It's been going on for quite some time, sir, since last December of last year. To be fair with the property owner as well, he has been bringing the property into compliance. It is a little bit hard for him because he doesn't live in the state of Florida. He lives outside of the state of Florida. But also whenever they clean it up, people start coming back and they start dumping on the property itself. So it's been kind of hard, been a little bit hard for him. He does have the police department and homeless outreach program going into the property. But again, it's one of those things where it's a constant thing, so.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let him speak, of course, but the fact that you live outside of the area doesn't excuse you from having to comply and take care of the property. So that means if you're not gonna be the one here, you're gonna be eyes, ears, and hands, be on this property to take care of it. Go ahead and speak, sir.
It's already taken care of. All the camps and tents and trash has been removed. And I have a contract with landscaping company to do all the other work. And I'm asking for 30 days extension. It will be done definitely. And I'll put a fence when everything is completed.
All right, what's the response of the city? That needs some more time.
All the trash has been removed and there is no homeless people as of yesterday.
Okay. All right, the city is willing to give you 28 days within which to bring this into compliance, which is July 11th to get it done. But
Okay.
Excuse me, but it's got to be done, or I'm going to impose a fine of $200 a day. I want to get your attention to get this done. It means just because you're not here, like I just said, you're going to have somebody periodically come out here often to clean this property and maintain it. That's your obligation as a property owner.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Absolutely, I will arrange this, yes.
Okay, so 28 days, very generous of the city to give you that much time, but $200 a day if it's not done on time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
That means
sir.
that means you have to clean it, tell the landscape people, they have to clean it along the roadway, the right of way. It's affecting people's traffic. So that can't be, it's inside the property and up to the road is also your property. You're responsible to maintain that too. All right?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next case is on page 29. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21050038. Case address 1201 Southeast Second Court, owner Las Olas Regency Trust, Judith C. Deering trustee, and all others. This case was first heard 6/30/22 to comply by 9/29/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $100 per day, $4,100 approved. The city is requesting the full amount. Morning, Ms. Edwards, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning. I can now. I didn't for the first couple minutes, but I can hear you now.
Okay, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, what's your name and relationship to the property?
Good morning. This is Roya Edwards with Toothaker. I am here representing the property owner.
Okay. All right, code inspector is going to speak.
Inspector Caracas for the city, on behalf of the city, case address is CE 21050038, located at 1201 Southeast Second Court. This case first came before special magistrate on June 20th of 2022, where evidence was presented in magistrate bound for the city. These violations were first cited on May 4th, 2021. So far, a total of 30 re-inspections were done to the property. There were conversations in person and by phone with the property management and property representatives. And during these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions discussed. I am happy to say that this case is in compliance.
Excellent.
And the city is requesting the full amount of $4,100.
Okay. All right, your response?
Yes, as Inspector Caracas stated, we're super happy to say that after getting all the MOT permits and permits in line and, you know, spending a lot on construction, the case is complied and the wall looks beautiful. For those reasons, we understand that there are some fines that have accrued, and we would respectfully request to reduce those to the administrative costs.
I'm not going to do that. This lasted so long. Got it done, but it took a long time to get it done. So I'm imposing the full fine. You can seek reduction under a lien reduction hearing, but I'm not going to do it today.
I understand, but what took the longest, you know, in getting compliance is actually the MOT permit, which literally took months. We had to close the entire sidewalk for safety reasons, to demolish the entire wall, and just getting that permit to even start the work took an extremely long time. But now that everything's done, we've worked as expeditiously as possible. When the property owner decided to hire our firm to represent him and hurry things along. So we would really, you know, appreciate if you could please, you know, reduce it to the administrative costs. I would really appreciate that. You know, there are.
I will ask the city if they're compliant. The answer is no.
Okay.
So again, you still have the option to try to do that under the lien reduction program.
So what is the full amount again?
Or $4,100, $100 times 41 days.
So $4,100?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And 30 days to pay, you said?
How long do they have?
It'll be lien within 30 days. If it's not paid within 30 days, it will become a lien.
If it's not paid within 30 days, it'll be filed as a lien in the county records.
Okay, so it's a lien if it's not filed within 30 days. Okay.
Correct.
It's not paid.
If it's not paid.
If it's
It
not
needs to be paid.
Okay, got it.
Otherwise, it gets recorded. Okay?
Okay, understood.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank the client for getting this finally done. It's appreciated.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Next case is on page 24. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23030929. Case address 1110 Northeast 12th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Stephanie Rope and David Warren, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliant.
Oh, we need to have.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Will you please raise your right hands? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Can you give me your names and addresses and relationship to the property?
My name is Stefan Ryu and David Warren, and we're owner of the property.
Okay, all right, the inspector's gonna speak now.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliant, within KCE 2303-0929. The property located at 1110 Northeast 12th Avenue. This property was cited on March 29th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, the property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On April 18th, 2023, the violation remained and has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 48 hours or a fine of $200 per day thereafter.
What's the maximum fine I can do with this?
It's the first time, so it's $200.
No, no. That's the purpose of, I'm sorry, code compliance manager for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The reason we're bringing our vacation rentals that are not in compliance in through the special magistrate process is to allow for a higher fine than what the ordinance requests for actual vacation rental violations. So it can be more than $200.
What's the maximum I can go? Do you know?
It depends on the way that you look at it.
Okay.
If you would find that it's irreparable, transient, or reversible in nature, it could be up to $15,000. So it's
Well,
anywhere.
again, I want to give them the opportunity to fix it, but they haven't fixed it so far. Let me hear from you, gentlemen, because you're doing things that you're not allowed to do. And
Hi,
that's a big
Special
problem.
Magistrate. Yes, understood. We are waiting on the inspector to come. We already have, we have all the licenses. We've applied. The application has been received. The licenses are all done. We're just waiting on the email for when the inspector appointment is happening. Everything's been applied for.
Okay, and are you renting out property as a vacation rental now?
Currently at this moment, no, but we were, yes.
Okay, and do you have reservations that you're going to plan to honor in the meantime? Because you can't do that, you got
We have
permission.
reservations for July, and we're hoping that this is I'm just waiting on the administrative assistant to Neil to get back to me with a date of inspection, so that hopefully for the July 1st, we can have this done.
Well, I can tell you that if you don't have compliance and you rent it, you're going to face severe fines.
Understood.
You're doing this at your peril.
Understood.
With people, because you might have to cancel their reservations. That'll be, do that, but I'm gonna let you know, if you don't have compliance, you'd better not be leasing this out for rental. Is that clear?
Understood,
Very
sir,
good.
yes.
Okay, so what am I doing on this one today? I can go up a fine, but up till now, right? Do I start a fine?
You can give them a compliance timeframe.
He gave 48 hours, right?
Yes, however, because transparently speaking, our processing time is a little slower. So even if the application was in, we could not complete it in 48 hours. So I would definitely go for 10 days.
Okay, so the city's offering you 10 days to get this wrapped up. But it better not be occupied for a vacation rental. And you better not be advertising in that period of time at your peril.
Understood.
I will impose very high fines for violation of this.
Understood.
Yes, 1 second.
As of yesterday, it was still being advertised.
Okay, you're gonna have to pull the ad until you get this done.
Okay, we'll do that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Finally, $250 a day. If it's not done timely.
Okay, so we have, so we have 10 days from, because the application was in, I'm waiting on response from her. Do I keep asking, like, do I let them know that we have the 10 days and just kind of keep following up with them through email, like the vacation rental people?
No, take the ads down.
No, I'm talking about to make sure we get this appointment for the inspector, because that's all we're waiting on right now is the appointment.
If you take the ads down, you're in compliance.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's not an issue. We'll do that, yes.
Take the ads down until the application goes through.
Understood. Okay.
All right, so when they have their approval, they'll be fine. Exactly. Okay. I see that now, they'll be fine. Okay. Now,
Thank
you
you.
understand that, right, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case is on page 1. Inspector Robert Sarich, case number FC 23030001, case address 1800 South Ocean Drive, owner Townhouses of Harbor Beach Auto Association, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023. Good morning, Mr. Benjamin. Can you hear us?
Good morning. You can hear me?
Yes. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Hey, what's your relationship to the property?
Property manager.
Which case was this? I'm sorry.
Page 1, 1800.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Captain Robert Casar with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case FC 23030001 with a property address of 1800 South Ocean Drive. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1, 4.5.8.6. The fire suppression hoses in the dock cabinets have not been certified and inspected. The violations of NFPA 1, 1.7.7.2 is complied. The municipal order section 13.58B is complied, and NFPA 1 13.3.1.1 is complied. I have spoken with Mr. Benjamin and also members of the board. Apparently there was something that slipped through the cracks of getting this first violation listed on here, of getting it into compliance. I believe otherwise they would have, and they would not be here today. They're moving forward on it. We anticipate that 28 days would be enough time for them to order that material and to have it installed on site over there. So we're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Mr. Benjamin, response?
That's absolutely fine. I put in the order with the J&J Fire Protection, and I hope to have the proposal in the next day and just get them to get that.
So when that gets done, then the city inspects it for compliance, right?
Correct. I'll need Mr. Benjamin to give me a call and to contact me in reference to when that is on site, so that we can get out there and we can do a post inspection.
You understand that, right, sir?
100%.
Okay, 28 days within which to comply, which is July 11th, or $100 per day if not timely compliant.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you, sir.
I can go?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next case, page 39. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor DeVito presenting. Case number CE 2211028, case address 1741 Northwest 25th Terrace. Owner KDB Robinson Estates in care of Shike M. Scott. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,150 accrued. The fines continue to accrue, and this is in order to reappear. Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
What's your relationship to the property?
Owner.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Manager, who Dowd and co-compliance supervisor presenting this case on behalf of Inspector Karen Proto. Case CE 21100298, property 1741 Northwest 25th Terrace. This case first came before the magistrate on April 11th, 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. Violations were first cited on November 14th, 2023. Were initially
what date?
November 14th, 2023. 2022, sorry.
You're a man ahead of his time.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've been told that before. Man. The 63-day extension was granted.
Okay.
The property is currently not in compliance, and the city is recommending a full imposition of fines.
However, she's done a lot of things to comply, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what remains? There's vehicles on, and a barbecue trailer parked in the grass?
The barbecue,
I'm gonna ask him and then let you respond. What remains? Sudama?
The barbecue vehicles that I'm picturing, oh, there's no.
Can you tell me what remains?
So yes, that's correct. The vehicles, the barbecue trailer, parked on the grass. And the driveway apron, which is not well graded.
And the landscape? I saw a bare patch of land right there with that. That must be filled in with sod.
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
These are fines that are running, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's hear from this young lady. Ms. Johnson?
yes.
Okay, there's fines already on the property and continue to run. You've done a good job of getting a lot of things fixed. But these other two things have to be fixed.
What's left to be fixed?
Vehicles and a barbecue trailer are parked on the grass area. Number one. That's still there? Looks like it's still there.
The barbecue trailer was removed. It was in the front. That was been removed.
Okay, can you see the picture that's on the screen?
I do.
All right, what is that thing in the, way in the back of the property?
That's it's a trailer. So the barbecue trailer from the first initial picture was in the front, and that has been removed from the front.
So the violation states that there are vehicles and a barbecue trailer. So this is
Right. So the vehicle that you see there is operable.
okay. But so vehicles aren't allowed to be parked on the grass. So that's what
Not the area where that vehicle is, isn't the grass, it's part of the driveway.
that's not on the grass. It looks like it's on the grass.
It's not on the grass, sir.
What is it? What type of surface is it sitting
It's the
on?
driveway. It's the driveway. The grass is on the side of the driveway. The vehicle is on the driveway.
That looks like it's on grass.
No, I can see the driveway.
The big trailer with a bunch of junk on it.
I can see the driveway underneath the car, however, the trailer is still on there's a trailer on the lawn in the back.
Yeah.
That has to be moved as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't, okay.
Yeah, that trailer in the rear of the property with all that stuff on it needs to be removed from the
Okay, so that
grass.
wasn't part of the initial violation, but okay. There was another barbecue trailer in the front yard that was removed. I don't know if you have the initial pictures or not, but
What does she have to do with that thing that's showing in the back, that trailer? Is it allowed to be on the property?
No. She needs to,
Completely remove
remove it from the grass.
Grab from the property.
From the grass. It needs to be on a hardened surface.
With all the stuff
the
showing on it?
trailer
Well, the
needs,
stuff, yeah, the trailer needs to be removed, placed on a hardened surface, and the stuff that's on it would be considered outdoor storage and needs to be removed as well.
okay,
The trailer itself could be on a hard surface, but not all the stuff that's on the trailer. That's got to go.
okay.
You have to be stored outside like that. And then the landscape, am I looking at driveway there or lawn and dirt? What is that? That's a dirt patch.
Is that for me, sir?
I'm asking anybody who knows what that is.
Yeah, that
Gray area.
That patch of dirt there in front of the trailer on the picture, what is that? Are you planning on sodding that area? and you
Yes,
just didn't
so-
get to it?
Yes, my sister has been having challenges getting sod from the sod companies in the area. They're having issues with their shipment. She's planning to resolve that issue this weekend.
Okay, so in this case, this is an order to reappear.
This was in order to reappear.
It's a fine of 3,150 currently, and it's continuing to accrue, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
Until it's in compliance.
I mean, she,
unless you provide her with an extension.
Are we inclined to give her an extension? Does the city?
I wouldn't be opposed to, since there has been progress.
Yeah, she's made a lot of progress. I'd like to be able to help her out. But maybe 28 days in? Not too much. Let's just take some.
28 days is fine.
Okay, we're gonna give him 28 days, additional days. No fines will run in the meantime. But if it's not done by July 11th, both the trailer on a hard surface, lots of stuff like that, and the grassy area being filled in with sod, the fines will resume. I don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Want to get it done. You've done a good job. You've got everything else fixed. So let's just bring this home by finishing this up, okay?
Okay.
There's one more item, and I believe the inspector mentioned this to you previously. You were cited for dead and missing ground cover also on the swale. That was supposed to have been replaced with sod, but it looks like you gravelled it. I believe she told you that gravel wasn't allowed unless you had a permit for
Right.
gravel. That's supposed to be sod out there.
Right, so that was resolved yesterday as well, after the inspector left
Okay.
yesterday. So I wrote by there yesterday afternoon, and there is sod in the area now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Ms. Johnson, for working with the city on it.
Okay, thank you.
It'll make the house look nice for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 8. Case, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230404440. Case address 55 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner L&A Beach Holdings LLC. Posted at property 53023, posted at City Hall 53023. Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Tell us who you are and your relationship to the property.
Absolutely. Good morning, Magistrate. This is Lauren Pluckner, law clerk with Crush Law, here on behalf of the property owner, L&A Beach Holdings LLC.
Okay. The inspector's gonna testify now.
Good morning, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 23040440. Property address 225 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected on April 19th, 2023. The following violations were observed. There is an obstruction of the sidewalk / right of way at this location. The chairs, the cafe chairs, tables, signage and host tables are required to be in a designated area. There are markers on the ground that identify a 13 feet clearance. A pre-hearing inspection revealed a violation stated it is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 72 hours to comply or a fine of $200 per day.
Okay. All right, young lady, what's your response?
Thank you. We would appreciate the 72 hours. We reached out to the inspector yesterday after finding out that the other 2 cases that were complied for the properties on either side. The tables and chairs on this particular property weren't removed before the inspection on the 8th. And the property actually is vacated now. The tenant has gone. So on the 8th, the property owner was waiting for the tenant to remove those tables and chairs. Unfortunately, did not. So we were able to get those tables and chairs permission from the tenant to push those underneath the awning. So that sidewalk is clear now, and we would appreciate the 72 hours so the inspector can go out and confirm that that sidewalk is clear.
I'm not sure you can store things under the, what can they do with these things as they're moving them?
No,
They can't remain there, right?
No, there's a marker that is.
No, but she's talking about they moved all these things under the canopy.
Okay.
And they're stored there now.
Oh, no, the tables and chairs are placed under the canopy as opposed to where they are on the sidewalk.
Is the property vacant or is it some still under?
They were waiting for a new tenant to come in within, I believe, the next month.
I'm not sure they can store things like that. Can they do that? Put all that stuff under the canopy? Or does it have to come off the property?
Are they able to go inside, or is it all of them outside, or is it all of them in the awnings, or?
It's actually just a row of the tables under the awnings, I believe, and I believe you have the picture that I sent yesterday, Inspector.
They can't do that. This is vacant, waiting for a new tenant, and they can't do outside storage under the awning, correct?
I would assume so, because it is vacant and there's no one there. I'm not sure if someone has access to the property, they should probably bring the chairs inside, or no?
Okay, I can absolutely let the property owner know, but as for this violation, they are removed from the sidewalk beyond the medallion.
Yes, I'm just trying to avoid a violation for storing outside items without permission.
Absolutely, and we'll confirm with the property owner, and I don't believe it's used as storage, rather the tables and chairs, like I said, will remain for the next tenant, which is coming in, and I'll confirm that date when they will be coming in. But either way, I can loop back with the inspector, confirm where the tables and chairs should or need to be. That way we don't face any kind of violation for some sort of outdoor storage for the tables and chairs to remain under the awning.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you.
Maybe in compliance, you haven't confirmed yet.
But this violation, as long as it meets the washing requirement, it's a violation.
Okay.
But if it's under the storage part,
You have to look at that.
I have to look at that.
So they're gonna work with you to let you know.
Correct.
All right, okay. That's the case. Thank you.
200.
Next case, page 28. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2301012. Case address 534 Hendricks Isle, owner Bexa LLC. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 5/9/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning.
Sir.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Can you tell us your name, counsel, and the relationship?
My name is Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas, and I am the attorney for the owner.
Okay. The inspector's gonna speak.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2301012, address 534 Hendricks Isles. This case was first presented to Special Magistrate on March 14, 2023 for the following violation: 47-19.1.c. There are boats docked at this vacant lot as an accessory use without a principal structure. The violation has not complied, as a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 12, 2023. It remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
And continue to, fine continues to accrue, right?
Continue to accrue. Yes, correct.
And $100 a day?
And continue to accrue, yes.
Yes, Mr. Shine.
Good morning. This property is currently under construction. There is a new multifamily development going here. The code section cited is for an accessory use without a principal structure. I did meet with Chris Cooper, the director of the building department, on this, and he agreed, zoning was a part of it as well, that the intent of this is for when there is zero principal structure, not when one is currently being developed. It's akin to if you have a mother-in-law cottage behind a main house, and then you knock down the main house to rebuild a new one, you don't have to evict your mother-in-law just because you're under construction on the main house. DSD, the building department, agreed with that and agreed to continue this for as long as the permit is still active and the principal structure is under construction. I did try to reach out to Inspector Williams. She had referred me to Inspector Bass. I tried to reach out to Inspector Bass last week just to make sure that the building department's interpretation was relayed to code. I have not been able to get a hold of Inspector Bass yet on that. But we are requesting that this be extended throughout the length of the permit as I understand the ordinance was intended for.
So, Your Honor, if I could, Ronald Montoya with the city attorney's office. One, this is not a building code or building department issue because it's citing the ULDR. Number two, this is a hearing to impose. The violation's already been found. You know, perhaps under the circumstances based upon the representation of counsel, we can continue it to the next hearing because I appreciate what he's saying, but the director of code is not aware of that agreement. I'm not aware of that agreement, and there's nothing been proffered in writing. I'm not saying Mr. Chine is saying anything and making things up, but again, you know,
I have to say,
If I may clarify, this is a ULDR case. We met with the zoning administrator and the director of the building department. The zoning administrator is tasked in the ULDR with interpreting the ULDR. So
Yes,
I do want to
yes.
clarify that.
yes, that's why I said this wasn't a building department matter. It's a
Right.
zoning case.
Right, and that's
So-
who we met with. We met with zoning and Chris Cooper, who's in charge of zoning as well.
Right, and again, I said it would have been helpful for either myself or the code department or the code officer to see something in writing as to that sort of agreement.
Yeah, that's why I
so-
was trying to get a hold of Inspector Bass. So if we can continue it to, I guess, the next one so that can be relayed to code, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you from my point of view, I don't agree with that interpretation. The fact that there's no principal use on the property and it's being built, and it might be months before it's built, means that this is in violation in my estimation. But I handle the cases that are brought before me, so I would like the city to run down what's going on with the conflicting, perhaps interpretations that are here. And let me or the other magistrate know.
Yes,
So
so if we could, I
continue-
guess, yes, continue into the next hearing.
Putting the fines in abeyance or what?
Yeah, I would suggest doing
Okay,
that, yeah.
all right,
Your
so the
Honor.
fines that have accrued will remain, but will, what do you call it, what do you suspension, what's the word you use?
Stay.
Stay,
We're gonna 28 days.
or until the
When's the
next,
next hearing? Yeah, it's gonna be July.
just 28 days, right?
Yeah.
Whoever ends up with it.
Yeah.
All right, so 28-day extension, Andrew, without fines running.
Thank you. And is that a mandatory notice to reappear as well?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And I do have a second one this morning as well.
Okay, all right. You know what number we got?
It's on page 6 for 1313 East Los Olas Boulevard. And there was an issue when I was signing up for this hearing. It said it wouldn't accept my email address, so I did reach out directly to IT, who sent me the Zoom link. So I don't know if the registration for 1313 went through as well.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Gustavo Carrati, case number CE 23020323. Case address 1313 East Los Olas Boulevard, owner 1313 East Los Olas Boulevard LLC. Personal service 52423, posted at City Hall 53023.
Regarding Mr. Shine and also present as counsel for this case. All right, Gus.
Morning, sir. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 23020323 for the property located at 1313 East Las Olas Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on February 9th this year and cited for the following violations. 47-19.9.8.5.8. There are items placed on the front of this property, including but not limited to chairs and tables. This business has been not obtained the necessary permits approval from the city to have those tables outside, outdoor dining on the sidewalk.
It would be permitted if they go through a process.
Correct.
Okay.
Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on February 9, 2023, allowing 15 days to come to compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner, which is also the business owner, and with the attorney present. Special magistrate request form sent on May 31st and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 8th, and the picture presented here is to confirm that the violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 6 months to have compliance, or a fine of $150 for the violation that exists.
Yes.
Is there some reason why it's so long?
Good morning, Your Honor. Co-compliance manager Katrina Jordan from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This went before our zoning administrator, who stated that based upon his review of the information submitted from the property owner to have the permit complete, it would take approximately 6 months.
It's more than just the tables and chairs that you see. There's more to it as well. There's we're having an extension of outdoor dining within their property, and those tables and chairs are also going to be included. That's just going to be one whole package.
No, it's a city's request, so I'll honor that. 6 months, Andrew, to do this, or a fine of what? How much?
$150 for the violation that exists. Those are submitted into record, and of course, we
Okay. Yeah, I presume you concur?
Yes, thank you. And we'll get it done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
That's a weird agreement.
No, commercial. Copy Muhammad Malik.
All right.
Next case, page 28. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 22080909. Case address 1429 Miami Road, owner Mary McCurry. This case was first heard 12/13/22 to comply by 124/23. One suspension from 126/23 to 3/2/23. One section complied at $50 per day. $3,050 approved. The city is requesting the full amount.
Nothing. Just talking?
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Will you both please raise your right hand? Your right hand, sir?
The other right hand. All right.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
I do. Can you tell me who each of you are and your relationship to the property? Father and daughter.
Right. I'm Laura Colliner, and I'm the representative of the property under work that I did since this case was begun. So I'm the successor with letters of administration here. So, and my father was managing the property previously, under my, cooperation. And he was actually very much in charge of this entire situation here today.
Okay. Well, I know you from Lauderdale by the Sea. We had many evenings together, as I recall.
Oh
my goodness.
It's like old
Sorry,
friends.
but you
Hold
got
on.
you got the same magistrate. Too bad.
Here we are, we're all together.
Too
here.
bad.
We're all
I know
together.
you know me. All right, you're representing these people. How do you represent them? Who's Mary McCurry?
Yes.
Yes, we're
That's my grandmother. Mary Kurt was my grandmother.
That's the matriarch. That's going back
Okay.
to 69 here. All right. So I'm gonna hear from the inspector now.
Senior Inspector Gill is for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22080909, address 1429 Miami Road. This case was first presented to Special Magistrate on December 13th, 2022. And on January 26th, 2023, an extension was granted by Special Magistrate Lien. The following violations were cited. 47-20.20.H has complied, 18-12.8.8 has complied, 9-305B has complied. The city is requesting full amount to be invoked.
So the fine is stopped, but it's $3,050 to be due.
Correct.
Okay, folks, what's your response, please?
Well, I'm worked hard, didn't cheat on this job for the city. The seal coating was done with $35 for stuff, good material, and thought that was good. And then Ms. Williams was always courteous about everything, and she felt that the sod should be a little better. I bought another $400 or $500 worth of sod and had that put down, which adjoins the parking, because these cars will inevitably park right beside there because parking is there, and the hot engines will work on the grass and destroy the grass. But I resodded it to help her, and she gave us a little more time. Then she gave me a couple more months after that January the 24th issue to get that done. And then the third issue was the rubbish, and I had taken pictures when I met with her over there at the in the conference room on Sistrunk of the seal coating, and in the picture was the cans of the seal coating that I had used on materials, which is rubbish. It's rubbish. I saw pictures of rubbish, and I'm supposed to have got everything done, and I think that's the rubbish from my work. And she gave me another month to get that done, and we got it all done anyway. And I called
Yeah,
again, whatever happened.
Everything's in compliance. But
Oh, okay. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much.
everything's in compliance, but there's a fine, $3,050.
Oh, God. That's horrible. I can't afford that. You know, our rents are so cheap over there, $9.95 a month. Everybody's getting $1,400, $1,500, and we're so cheap because people don't have the money for big rents. And
Fine did accrue for 61 days at $50 a day, so $3,050 is due. If it's not paid, it's going to become a lien on the property.
Well, sir, my father did attempt to follow up, and he did have some challenges reaching out to people and finding people. He made an effort to go to Sistrunk and to actually find Ms. Williams, and he had a conversation with her in person. It was under the impression at that time that everything would be fine, and he attempted to call in and leave a voicemail that he had finished his work, but he's not very good at technology, and he really should have had me do it, but he didn't. And we should have really made an effort, maybe through a written avenue, to say that we had finished this on our time frame that we were given. But there was a miscommunication at some point on the second half of this page. The first half of the page, we were fine on. The second half of the page, he struggled to get it done in time. He did as best he could. He contacted, but it's been very difficult to reach people in the last few months in general. And I know the city has had issues, and I know that I know there was a flood and everything else. So, and I also attempted to make phone calls throughout last week after finding out about the situation, and it's been very difficult to reach anybody on the phone, you know, or been difficult to reach Ms. Williams on the phone. I'm sure she's very busy, but if that, and the voicemail's full. So if that's the case, he had no real way to communicate that he was finished and get that final inspection cleared for him.
Let me stop you for a second. The inspector wants to say something.
Yes.
Special Magistrate, the administrative cost for this case is $801. If you want.
City's willing to accept that?
Correct, yes.
All right, so the good news is, rather than seeking the entire fine, the administrative cost, which is all the time this woman has put into your case, is going to have to be paid. $801 and what?
Just 801.
$801, and that's due within 30 days, or a lien will be imposed. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so you got $801 due. I can't forgive that because that's time she spent on the property. The taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for that. So the grandmother's gonna have to pay for that. But you have 30 days to do it, or a lien will be on the property. We don't want to do that. So please pay the 801 in or by 30 days, okay?
Well, we have to accept that, Mr. Williams, but the issue is that I did comply with everything that was said, and we're paying for the prosecution of ourselves.
Mr. Cullender, you've dealt with me before. You know,
Would it be less?
When I tell you something, I mean what I say. It's $801 due within 30 days.
That's less.
For her time, okay?
All right.
That's
What
not
do
a
you
fine.
think?
Cost.
If that's all they can do, it's all they can do. If that's the administrative cost, it's not.
But it's $2,200 less than the fine.
That's
So,
that's a help.
All right?
All right.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Next case, page 12. Inspector Dorian Lien, case number CE 22100391. Case address 4000 North Federal Highway, owner Adele Broward LLC. Posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023. And there's also a case on page 11 for that same property. I'll read it into the record. Case number CE 22080588, case address 4008 North Federal Highway, owner Fidel Broward LLC, Inspector Dorian Lien. Posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
This is one building with two addresses or something? Two parcels, okay. All right, we're gonna find out who this gentleman is.
Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us your name and your relationship to the property.
My name is Glenn LeBlanc. I work for the owner, Patel Broward LLC.
Okay. All right, the inspector's going to speak now.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Lien for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22100391, case address 4000 North Federal Highway. This property was first inspected on October 11th, 2022, and the following violations were found. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, soffits, are in disrepair, and there's areas of the exterior that have stains and missing appealing paint. 1812A has been complied. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 31st, 2023, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requested 56 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
That's for the 391 kids, right?
Correct.
All right, so do you want to address that case before we go to the other one? 56 days.
56 days.
Right.
Okay.
Or
that would
$100 a day if that's timely done.
okay. That would be fine. Actually, our intention is to demolish the building. We're in the process of obtaining the necessary permits.
This is the old property that was a furniture store, right?
A sound warehouse, I believe. If I'm not
Oh, okay,
mistaken.
okay. All right, yeah, sound advice makes sense.
If you're familiar with Fat Boy Sushi on Federal
Yeah, I
Highway.
remember how extensive it was. That's what I do remember.
Yeah.
Really expensive.
So we have recently purchased the property last month, actually. I believe the 9th or 10th was the closing day. And so, again, we are working to obtain the demolition permits. We've contracted for an asbestos survey as required by the county. That's been, the field work has been done. The samples are at a lab. We expect the report to be issued this week.
Okay.
We've obtained an elevator demo permit from the county to remove the lift/elevator that's in the building. We've contacted FP&L. The meters have been removed. They have to cut their supply lines, but we're in the process of having that done. TECO's turned off their service to the building. So we are in the process and just request an extension to get everything completed.
Okay, well, they're going to give you 56 days within which to do that. Then the other case is for own property at 4008, about the graffiti on the fence. Can you fix it?
Yes. So the next case is CE 22080588, address 4008 North Federal. Yes, same building, two different parcels. So 18-1 has been complied. And
good.
yes, so and 1812A has been complied. So the only remaining violation is the exterior of the 9306. The building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. Part of the wall is falling apart and not properly secured. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing paint. So it would be the same thing. They have to permit in, and it's in process. We're planning on demoing the whole building. So the city would say 56 days for that one as well, or $100 per day thereafter.
You heard that, sir?
Yes, sir. 56 days. Just to clarify, I just want to make sure, is it 56 days to have the demo permit, or do I have to have the demolition? I don't know that I can complete the demolition in 56 days.
So that would be to complete, yes.
That would be the complete, if you want, we can do a mandatory reappearance, see where they're at. If there's an issue, we can
Okay,
address it.
so if it's not timely done, we'll bring you back for a hearing under what they call it, mandatory reappearance, order to reappear. We can get
Okay.
it up this issue, okay?
Perfect. That'll be fine. I mean, we're trying to get this done as expeditiously as possible. So.
Okay, yeah, we want to happen too. It's an important part of Federal Highway. All right, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next case, also case turn 12. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22110294, case address 6420 Northwest 34th Avenue. Owner Walter Schultz, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Gonna be this person? I don't see those names.
Walter Sandra Schultz. No. Okay, we'll come back to them. Next case, page 13. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230207797, case address 5150 Bayview Drive, owner Robert M. Primo, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Yeah, he's coming over.
Good morning, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Can you tell us your name and relationship to the property?
Yeah, my name is Robert Primo, and I am the owner of the property at 5150 Bayview Drive.
Thank you, sir. The inspector's going to speak now.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23020797, case address 5150 Bayview Drive. This property was first inspected on February 23rd, 22 by Inspector Jai Prashad and cited on February 25th, 2023, and the following violations were found. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead tree limbs and branches piled up on the property, which included the backyard. 1812A was complied, and 47-34.4.B.1 has been complied as well.
Okay.
A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8th, 2023, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos for the record. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $50 a day thereafter.
All right, Mr. Primo, what are we going to do to clean up the property here? Can you hear me?
Mr. Primo, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. You heard him before, right?
Yeah, we heard before. He swore.
Sir, we still cannot hear you.
I tested the,
There we go. We can hear you now.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I asked you the question, when are you going to get this complete so we can close the case? This is just to clean up the
Missing landscape.
missing landscape and trash from the.
The trash has been removed, sir. I just wanted to state for the record.
Hold on. What about the landscape that was missing?
Your Honor, I just wanted to state, the property is not occupied at this time. I did
Not
have,
relevant. Not relevant.
well, I just wanted to state, I did have a tenant whose responsibility was to maintain it. that tenant has left and essentially abandoned the property. I was out of town, out of state, and I've gone through several life-threatening procedures since then. So I've been unable to come back to Florida to deal with this. However, I did hire a company to maintain the landscape, and since then they removed all of the dead branches from it, and they have been maintaining, cutting the grass since then, and keeping the palm branches off of the property.
I think there's an area, are there things they have to replace landscaping
So
somewhere?
the first pictures that we're showing on the side right there is where there's missing landscape. In the front's fine.
Can you,
It's that side part.
Show the picture again.
Can you please show that picture again? I did request the pictures from Ms. Koloyan. I haven't received them, so I'm also at a loss at what is it that I'm required to do?
We're gonna show you.
Someone moving the pictures?
Stop it, it's
I know.
not, stop it.
Oh, okay. I keep.
Is this it?
Nope,
Backyard.
side. It's like shows the water right there.
Right there.
Uh,
All that,
sir-
all that third area has to be filled in with sod.
Sir, I wanted to bring to the attention, that's not my property.
Side.
Where you see the staircase, from just a little bit in front, about 2 feet in front of the staircase, from there all the way to the street level, that is city property. Because there is a bridge. That is not my property, sir.
All right, let me see what the inspector says.
Yeah, we weren't talking about the part that's right there in the front of the picture, just the part that's on your
By
property.
the steps.
And what is the complaint on that?
Here's another picture showing you by the steps. Where that
Right.
tree.
The steps are my property, yes, and the
Okay.
tree is on my property.
All right, under the tree and on either side of it are bare areas that need to be replaced with sod. Am I correct?
So, for the record, I'm showing the magistrate the boundary lines. So the top of that picture was there, but you see this picture is better because it doesn't include that.
Right.
But you see here, there's the line right there. So that's the stairs right there. So everything.
The
on that
stairs,
side-
2 feet, the corner where the canal ends, that's my property line.
Okay, well, that area is missing sod. And under the tree is missing sod.
Yeah.
So you got 28 days to fix that, or a fine will start $50 a day.
Your Honor, may I request a little longer time? Like I said, I had a heart attack and I've had 2 other health, a failing kidney. I'm really going through the worst time in my life. Can I request a little bit longer time?
I'm gonna ask the city, but this doesn't need you to be there. It needs somebody to be delegated to go do the work.
I understand, but organizing all of that is a tremendous effort for me.
So, with all due respect for, anybody's, health, obviously I have respect for that. But I'm looking at this case. This case was originally, the area officer's case, and this was open back in February. So, he's had time since then. Like he says, he's had a landscaper out there, so on and so forth. So.
So this is just putting sod down.
This is
right?
just putting sod down.
No, I'm not gonna give you more time. You don't need that despite your health. You can have the landscape people come out there and get it done in time. You got 4 weeks within to do it, or a fine starts. We don't want the money. We need this complied.
Okay, and, I'll do my best, sir.
Okay, that's appreciated. Thanks for the other work that you've done so far.
Thank you, sir.
We wish you good health.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes, of course, thank you.
Next case is page 16. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 23010866. Case address 1701 Northwest 7th Place. Owner Joyce Young and Betty Lee Young Estates. This was posted at property 52523, posted at City Hall 53025.
Visit them and, you know.
Hello,
Hello. We're trying to get your picture up.
Joyce Young, yeah.
Can you start your video for us, please?
Okay, how you do it?
Ms. Young, are you on a laptop or are you on a telephone?
I'm on the telephone. I'm on my cell phone. Okay.
There we go.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
You said you're Joyce Young, you're one of the owners?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Miss Young?
I didn't hear what you say, but I hear you.
You are Joyce Young, one of the owners, yes?
Yes.
Okay, the code inspector is going to speak now.
Good morning, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23010866, case address 1701 Northwest 7th Place. This property was first inspected on 1/24/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B is complied. However, due to the recurring nature, I'm going to read it in. The roof is not being maintained. There is an accumulation of debris, pine needles, which is not a permanent part of the roof. This is a recurrent violation of previous case number CE 21060257. We will be brought to a hearing whether or not it complies. 9-304B, the concrete driveway of this property is not being maintained. The surface has stains of dirt or oil. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 21060257, and will be brought to a hearing whether or not it complies. That violation is still current. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser records and posted on the property on 1/31/23. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 6/8/23, and that one violation still remains, the 9304B for the driveway. I haven't been in contact with anybody during the course of the case. We're requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 a day for the remaining violation and a finding of fact.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Young, the roof is in compliance, but it's been in trouble before. So it can't come back and be in trouble again, or it's going to result in high fines, which nobody wants to do.
Okay, I understand
Hold
all
on,
that, Your Majesty.
hold on. Please make sure you take care of the roof so it doesn't come back. The other case about the concrete driveway, he's giving you 28 days to get that fixed, or a fine will start at $25 a day. Nobody wants that money. You just need to get that driveway fixed in 4 weeks. Okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
I will. The question was, let me.
Go ahead.
She froze.
You have to try again, because your the image is freezing, voice is freezing.
It is, it still is.
No, now you're good. Go ahead, tell us what you want to ask.
Okay, I wanted to find out whether or not I could paint it, because I don't have someone that, I paid someone twice to try to get the oil stain off the driveway, but it was impossible. So then my next step is to paint it. So I was trying to find out,
Oil?
I don't want to paint it and then come back and I'll violate it because I painted it, trying to get rid of the stain.
But the risk is if you try to paint over oil, it may not work. So you better find out from somebody before you spend that money to do that, if it will work. And if so, the inspector says that'd be fine.
Okay.
All right, you can try that, but don't waste your money if it's not gonna work.
Is it a specific color?
No, we're not worried about the color.
Okay, all right, okay.
Ladies' choice,
Okay, 28 days?
28 days.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Uh-huh.
All right. All right.
5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Miss Berenice, can you hear us? Stacy, you're here for lien reduction. We have not yet began that part of the hearing.
Oh, okay, that was my
Begin
question.
shortly, okay?
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas and the property owner for TNM Atlantic, your cases are being heard next. You can now lower your hands. Your cases are coming up next. Thank you. Good morning. We do thank you for your patience. We have not yet began our lien reductions portion of our special magistrate hearing. If you are here for lien reduction, you are still in the right place. We will start lien reduction hearing shortly. Thank you.
Very nice.
Go ahead, Lloyd.
Don't let us alone. Get her away. You got food over there. All right. Keep it up.
Yep.
No?
Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Wilfred Quintero Jr., case number CE 2301086. Case address 1701 Northwest 7th Place.
You just do that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Top of page 16. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 2301061. Case address 2130 Northwest 6th Place. Owner T&M Atlantic LLC. There we go. There's also a second case on page 17, CE 23021020, case address 635 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner T&M Atlantic LLC, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yeah.
Your other right hand.
Oh.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth today at this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tell us your name and your relationship to the property.
Yes, I am a property owner and a manager of the LLC.
Name? Your name?
Name is Nick Chickashev.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city, case number CE 230100621. Case address 2130 Northwest 6th Place. This property was inspected on 12423 and the following violations were observed. 47-21.11.a, the landscape at this property and the swale is not being maintained and needing well-kept appearance. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris throughout. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover and areas where gravel has deteriorated and has a growth of weeds and plant material growing through. 47-19.1.c, there are vehicles, boats, trailers, and storage containers being parked, stored on this vacant lot, which has no primary use and is not permitted for the ULDR for this general industrial zone property. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser records and posted on the property on 12423. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 6/8/23 and the violations remain. There are 2 active permits in the system and these are their numbers and their current status. BLD-CPAV-2211-0006 was applied for on 11/19/2022 and was issued on 2/13/23. BLD-FEN-2206-0006 was applied for on 6/1/2022 and issued on 2/13/23. I've been in contact with the property owner via email, as my supervisor Julio Davila has as well. City is requesting 28 days for the overgrowth and the trash to be cleared and the derelict vehicles, and then forward progress to continue in regards to the construction for those permits, and a mandatory reappearance. And then I'll read in the other case. $100 a day.
Repeating count.
That was withdrawn. We withdrew that portion. And then
Stays first.
It's in essence the same property, it's just 2 parcels. So I'll just read it.
You want to do separate? Just do one at a time, right? Same property, but do them together? Yeah.
So the second case is CE 23021020, case address 635 Northwest 21 Avenue. Property was inspected on 2/27/23 and the following violations were observed. 47-21.11.a, the landscape at this property and the swell is not being maintained and needing well-kept appearance. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris throughout. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover and areas where gravel has deteriorated and has a growth of weeds and plant material growing throughout. 47-19.1.c, There are vehicles, boats, and trailers and storage containers being parked and stored on this vacant lot, which has no primary use and is not permitted for the ULDR for this general industrial zone property. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed in the Broward County Property Appraiser records and posted on the property on 2/27/23. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 6/8/23, and the violations remain. There are 2 active permits as well, and these are the numbers and their status. BLD CPAV 22110007 was applied for on 11/19/2022 and issued on 2/13/23. BLD FEN 22060005 was applied for on 6/1/2022 and issued on 2/13/23. And we're also requesting the same thing, 28 days for him to address the overgrowth in the trash and the derelict vehicles and for progress in regards to the construction for a fine of $100 a day and a mandatory reappearance.
Okay. Yes, sir. What did you want to tell us?
Yes, hello, may I speak?
Yes.
Yes, hi. So we were supposed to complete the project by I was expecting by June. Problem is we had zoning put a hold on a building permit and require to finish the wall all the way around. Originally, the plans were approved 150 feet wall all around the property with 3 driveways. We have 3 gates being installed. 3 gates are going to have to be, so there's going to be 3 driveways. So the swale is going to have to be dug up furthermore and excavated. Additionally, the swale itself is not actually up to the building code. We have to deepen it. And right now we have a hold on a permit. So I can't actually even comply with completing the swale because we have to dig it up. We had about 3 feet of water during that flooding last time. And I've uploaded some pictures just to show you first the progress that was made. And secondly, the status. We are in an industrial zone. One of the codes, I'm sorry if I ramble, I have some notes. I'm in a car. I was sitting in my office, but had to leave. So I'm in a car a little bit noisy. So it's a little hard to focus, but the property is zone industrial. And one of the permitted uses under section 47-710B4D is a storage yard. I would assume under a storage yard, storing of the containers and trailers would be permitted, especially given the situation we're in construction. We are upgrading the property, it's getting paved, and the hold on the building permit, my engineer has submitted the plans to finish the additional 150 feet of precast wall to surround the property with a precast fence. So that's being done. As to the garbage issue, I don't know, can you guys see me because I'm at the property right now, and we do have a dumping situation on the lots, and we are bordering basically a railroad track. And next to a railroad track, there's a homeless camps all alongside of it. And they cut the hole in the fence, and then they use that little corner to dump garbage, Gatorade bottles, junk, meals, any kind of stuff. And all that sits piled up on a city property. And then over a course of a week or 2 weeks gets blown off. It's not being cleaned up. So the garbage, if it gets blown by the wind, it's from that pile, which actually, if you can see me on the Zoom, I can walk over to it and show you. It's a huge pile. Somebody did additional dumping, and all this stuff ends up blowing over to my lot and the neighboring lots. So just to, so I don't ramble on, I just want to emphasize that we are making all the necessary upgrades right now to the property. We're paving it. We're installing the precast wall because it's an industrial property, and for outdoor storage, we agreed with the zoning department that the wall will be needed all the way around. So the permit is waiting to be approved, and we're looking to complete the project. So I'm asking to extend the completion. We cannot complete a swale because I cannot plant the grass right now and do things because the swale itself is not up to code. It has to be dug deeper, and I can't dig deeper without a permit from the city.
Okay.
It has to be 6 inches caved in.
All right, 1 second.
Special Magistrate, Rule Dalico, Compliance Supervisor again. So we don't see any holds for any permits in the system. As the inspector stated, all the permits have been issued already. But there has really been no compliance in this case. The grass isn't cut, which really there should be no prerequisite to cutting the grass. In addition to that, the gentleman mentions that, you know, that storing vehicles is allowed in an industrial zone area. That may be right, but there still needs to be a primary use, which is what this was cited for specifically.
And there is none.
And there is none. So it doesn't mean that, you know, just because you have a vacant lot in an industrial area, you can use it as a parking
So
lot.
they can't store vehicles in both.
Yeah, unless you have a primary use, you know, that will allow it to do so. So we need the vehicles to be vacated. You know, that also, there's no prerequisite for that as well, as far as permitting is concerned. We don't mind working with them on some of the other things that are part of the permit requirements, but we would really like to see compliance with those other issues.
Okay, so the vehicles and vessels have to go. We've got 28 days to do that.
Okay, can I comment on the, we do need to store construction, the precast wall, when it arrives, it takes a few days to, first we have to dig the foundation.
Hold on. He just said they will work with you on the other items. I'm talking about getting rid of and getting off the property the vehicles and the vessels and to cut the lawn. What are you gonna do about those?
Yes, sir. Actually, the vessels have been removed probably 4 or 5 months ago. There's not a single vessel on there.
Now all the vehicles and trailers have to go.
Okay, well, the thing with the trailers is we have to store concrete and the precast blocks because they are very expensive.
Excuse me, you don't store concrete in a U-Haul trailer. So those kinds of things have to go.
Well, actually during the flood we lost actually quite a bit of concrete.
Flood is over. I don't want to hear about the flood anymore. These things have to go. The ark is gone. The flood is over.
Okay, but the swale, your magistrate understands
talking
that
about
we cannot complete the swale.
You answered the things I brought up. Hold on. I'm talking about getting the vehicles off the property and cutting the lawn within 28 days. If you don't do that, it's going to be $100 per case for that if it's not timely done. We don't want the money. We need the compliance. You understand that, right?
Right. So to cut the grass, right? We need to cut the grass and remove the vehicles. And what about the 40-foot storage container?
The double, what's inside the storage? What's in it?
Right now we have in both the portable storage container. It's not a U-Haul. It's actually a heavy-duty commercial, but it's towable. We have both concrete and precast blocks in both of them, and they barely fit. Right now we have it up to brim. I have it on the block so that the tires don't blow up, and the storage container has the same materials in there. So because there is no gates right now, so if we leave it unattended, it gets stolen. Each of these precast panels is about $80, and they're very popular. It's a common model. They're pretty standardized. People steal them all the time, and not to mention mortar and other things.
What does the city want to do about?
We would like to verify.
You want to continue on as to those?
As to those two as well, and also to double check to see if, you know, with our building division, to see if those materials are part of this type of construction that they're going to be conducting. And if they need additional permits for the storage of that, in addition to the permits that they already got for the actual.
Okay, so the vehicles and vehicles have to be removed in 28 days. The lawn has to be cut in 28 days. We're going to continue as to the storage containers and the swale issue, right?
Right.
We'll continue that without fines. But the other cases will have fines if they're not done in 28 days. Cutting the lawn and removing all of the vehicles that don't belong there. All right?
Okay.
Hold on. Then you need to work with the inspector so he can come out and verify what's in the containers and with the building department, what needs to be there, what does not. Whatever does not, has to be removed, and then we'll have a mandatory reappearance, right? Okay, you have to come back. All right, sir?
Yes, and I wanted to double check that there was a case about a spray painted wall.
That's been
Also-
compliant. It's been withdrawn. Don't worry
Well,
about it.
it's actually not my property, so yeah.
Okay, well,
It's
it's
been
not,
withdrawn.
it's been withdrawn, so don't worry about that
Right.
today. Okay.
Right, okay,
Takes care of
Okay,
both
thank you.
cases, right? Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Next case, page 33. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 22110387. Case address 629 Northwest 13th Terrace, owner Cascade Funding Mortgage Trust, Eternal PHH Mortgage Corp. First heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One suspension from 5/9/23 to 5/19/23. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,550 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Okay. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. And just to correct the record, my name is Robert McLean. I'm the attorney for plaintiff. Scott Brown was called to a trial at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you. All right, the inspector's gonna speak.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case was first heard on 3/14/23. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by 4/11/23. At the magistrate hearing on 5/9/23, the property owner was given a 10-day extension to correct the violation, which was corrected on 5/22/23. At this time, the city is requesting a full imposition of the fine.
So for 31 days at $50, which equals $1,550 currently due.
Yes.
All right, counsel?
I'm sorry, I could not hear what was currently due and how many days are they seeking?
It's you, the property owner owes $1,550 for 31 days being out of compliance at $50 a day.
Okay,
Otherwise,
Your
the
Honor,
property-
I'm sorry.
Otherwise, the property's in compliance.
Okay, we did notify the property was completed on 5/17, which would have been within the 10 days of the stay. I don't know what the communication was between the parties, and I apologize for that. But it was corrected prior to the order expiring of the 10 days to as allowed.
All right, let me see what the inspector said.
I was re-inspecting the property on 5/22. That's when I had. So.
Right. And the documents were, and I apologize, give me 1 second, Your Honor, to Crystal Green Smith, they provided both the payment and the invoicing as showing that it was completed on 5/17. So we were trying to show compliance. I don't know what the delay was, and no disrespect to the inspector, because I know there's communications between all the parties and then trying to get out to make it in compliance, but it was completed prior to. So if we could ask for the magistrate to look back and take the acceptance of the 5/17 to be within the order and waive the actual fine, it would be greatly appreciated, as we were in compliance based on the documents provided to the city previously.
Well, the fines ran for 31 days, counsel, because there was fines that ran prior to the stay in fines, which is why the fine ran for 31 days, totaling the $1,550.
Okay, I apologize. I'm just reading the order that was entered on May the 9th. And it says that hereby grants an extension for compliance from May the 9th to May 19th. Would that not extend the fines to be stopped until compliance?
No, it stays the fines that have already accumulated.
Okay.
And then it would restart for subsequent daily fine if not in compliance by the second order.
I understand how it's being interpreted. If that's the case, if we may seek, since we were trying to be in compliance once we were advised of the issue, if we could seek to have the fine reduced to the administrative cost of the city, so the city is made whole for their costs.
$838.
City going to do that?
Yes, I don't see a problem with it. Property came out nice.
Okay.
Wow, they had it.
All right. We will accept that offer. The cost, administrative costs are $831 and what?
$838.
$838. They'll be due within 30 days or a lien will be recorded against the property, which nobody wants to do. So you can make sure that's done and the fines will be forgiven.
Absolutely, and it's greatly appreciated on all the parties.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Dorian Lawrence, case number CE 23040309, case address 3001 East Los Angeles Boulevard, owner Brooklyn 46 LLC, posted at property 6123, posted at City Hall 5/30/23. Joseph. Sit down. Sit down.
I don't see the other two.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
You tell us your name and relationship to the property.
My name is, good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Sigal Salim. I'm the property manager of Brooklyn 46 LLC.
Okay, the inspector is going to speak now.
Sure.
Hi, good morning, Senior Inspector Cohen for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 23040309. Case address is 3001 East Los Olas Boulevard. This property was first inspected on April 11th, 2023 and cited on April 12th, 2023 for the following violations. 9280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are multiple windows and doors that are broken and or missing, as well as a vent that is dangling from the wall and not securely fastened. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is a statue placed on top of the awning, as well as equipment and other miscellaneous items that were placed, erected, and or being stored at the property that it is prohibited per the ULDR. 47-22.9, signs, including but not limited to the window sign, has been erected, placed, or painted without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 5th, 2023, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $500 a day per violation thereafter.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. You respond?
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. We have a very difficult situation in this case with the owner of the pizza store. As you see, he painted the walls by Party Pizza. He took off the front store, which is the windows. This cart, as you're showing on the camera right now, it's his belonging. We constantly ask him to comply with us, to talk to us. It's very difficult. As of Mrs. Kalaniel, no, I came to the city several times. I was in the city yesterday as well. This particular owner is very problematic. It's impossible to speak to him. Even Mrs. Colonial or Mrs. Davila or any one of the inspector cannot speak to him without a police officer on site, basically. He constantly, I'm going to make it very simple. The most problematic person I have dealt with, I'm doing property management for the past 12 to 13 years. I have never experienced such thing. And I'm gonna let Ms. Kalanial and Ms. Davila explain to you the situation. But as of yesterday, I just wanted to let you know, I tried to reach Mrs. Kalanial several times to know exactly what I was supposed to do. Because he stated that he came to the city and the city told them that it's okay to have this painting. I made him take off the painting yesterday. We stayed there overnight. He painted it all, again at the same color as the building. He took off all the extension cord that he had. He took off he had on top of his sign, he had a Santa Claus, which he took it off. So according to the violations we have here, the only thing is not complied is the windows, which we cannot go and put the windows for him. He has to allow us in, and that's the problem we started with. We hired a lawyer to take care of the matter. He doesn't reply with the lawyer as well. We are in the process of an eviction, and this is a letter from a lawyer for eviction, which I sent all the documents earlier morning to Mr. Davila with all the records and the picture that whatever was compliant. As a matter of fact, I just opened my email about 10 minutes ago, and I find out that he was closed as well. So the city or the health department closed him because of the situation, what he has inside, very dirty, and something that we couldn't do anything about it.
Okay, well, again, the property owner is the one responsible under state law and city code to take care of it, whether you have a horrible tenant or not. If you have a lawyer to help you, then have to have that lawyer do whatever he or she can as quickly as possible, because these are things you, the property owner, the agent of the property, has to address. So I can't really help you with the tenant. That's what the lawyer is for. But this is on Las Olas Boulevard, a premier road in this city for tourism and for the people who live and work here, and it's got to be fixed. She's recommended 10 days to fix things, or $500 a day for each one that's not done. That's a very steep fine for a reason. It needs to be fixed. So in light of what she's told us, what does the city have to say, if anything?
So, I mean, I understand what she's saying,
Right.
and again, I respect that, but yes, it's the property owner's responsibility. The windows and doors have nothing to do with the tenant, whether they broke them, removed them, or whatever. It's the responsibility of the owner.
That's your
to
building.
replace them.
Right.
And to fix them. And now, yes, she's correct. The guy's an issue. He's been arrested by Fort Lauderdale PD. He's creating public nuisances. We've had complaints from other adjacent properties. And but the point is that it is a public nuisance, and that's why I'm asking for 10 days or $500 a day thereafter.
So your lawyer is filing for eviction, correct?
Yes, sir. We are in the process of eviction. Yes, we already sent them several mails, which he did not comply. As I told you, at this time, I just got an email for Mr. Julio Davila, which is the inspector at the city of Fort Lauderdale, that he has.
He's here. And,
Mr. Davila, I would appreciate if you explained the judge the conflicts that I tried. Your Honor, we had other small issues when Mr. Davila sent me an email or called me, and we took off the matters immediately. I do this for a long time, and I usually take care of things very, very fast and immediate. But in this particular case, this guy is really, really, and Mr. Davila can talk for himself. He took off the front store, which is
okay, hold it. I get it. Is it realistic? 10 days is probably not good. realistic.
So this has been, like I
Going on a
said,
long time,
this has been going on for a while. They're very well with the tenant and their problems that the tenant has created. This isn't something new. Nothing has been done. The only thing that's been done is he moved his Santa Claus. But if you go by there every day, he has things outside blocking the sidewalk, which is the public right of
So they
way.
do need to take legal action, it sounds like. But it's
And if he's been
I'm
arrested,
more
I know
inclined to
that
give him
the,
more time. I know where it is and I know the fine, but I want to give enough time to get up a court filing. And in 28 days to show that they would have filed an eviction and a mandatory reappearance. So I know where they are. What do you think?
So Your Honor, for the record, Ronald Montoya is on with the city attorney's office. You know, the eviction process, depending on how it plays out, can take more than several months.
Right.
Again, they have counsel. It's a commercial landlord. There are other legal remedies that are quite quick that they can go into court and get these issues addressed. Again, I'm not here to provide medical advice, obviously, to the property owner, but they certainly have other legal remedies available, either within or without, within the confines of the lease or without the confines of the lease, based upon the violations, the arrest, and the public nuisances created.
yes, and if I may add, just for the record, I mean, the police department was called out. They actually have homeless people that have gone inside there because there is no way of securing that. It's completely open. He put some sort of, he removed all the doors, put curtains in there. They found animals inside, wild animals inside there. The place has been closed, shut down, by Dirty
Oh,
Dining.
really? Oh.
Yes, and also the state went out there. He's serving alcohol without the license to do so. You know, it's gone beyond public nuisance. He was arrested. I've had complaints from the adjacent bar owner, for the management of the bar owner next door, from the elbow room. It's just, it's bad.
That's where this is. It's over then.
It's right
on the
next,
beach.
right, yes, right there
Oh.
by the beach.
Okay.
So, I agree with her. I think there's, you know, other things that can be done.
Okay.
You know, at this point.
So you want to stick with your
I want to stick
recommendation?
with 10 days.
All right,
right?
we're gonna stick with 10 days to get this done. I know you're gonna have a hard time doing it, but it's up to you to work with your lawyer to do what he or she can do as quickly as possible, including but not limited to eviction. There's other things they can do to take control of property that your client owns. Gonna have to do it, because otherwise a fine of $500 will start. I don't want that fine. I want the compliance as you do, but it's a motivation to you to tell the lawyer and your owner, this has to be done. And this can't continue, especially on the beach, for God's sakes. So it just got to be fixed. Yes, yes.
Hi, okay. I thank you so much for listening, Your Honor, but as you understand how difficult for us, and it's not something that we are neglected. I've been in the city many times. I've called Ms. Dorian, as I stated, Ms. Dorian, I just sent email earlier this morning to Mr. Davila to forward you, to show you that he painted back to the same color of the building. And I was there all night, just making sure. I didn't even know that he was closed, to be honest. I did not know that the city closed, not the city, the state, I guess, closed them. I just got this email. So as you know, we're going through so much, and it's not something that we are neglecting. I also.
Excuse me, I understand that. I'm telling you, I have a lot of other cases that they have to hear. People are still waiting since 9 o'clock this morning. So I made an order. It's $500 if these things are not done within 10 days. I know that's going to be, hold on, but you're going to have to prod your lawyer to do what he or she can do as quickly as possible. If it's shown that you've done the best you can, we're willing to take a look at what the lines are. If that happens, you need to step up your game on this thing. I know the guy's horrible. That's what you're gonna have to deal with. That's what you get sometimes for a tenant. That's the tenant you drew. But you're going to have to use the legal resources. Like I said, not just, the city attorney is saying, there's not just eviction, there's other things your lawyer can do. She can't give him legal advice, but he's a lawyer, he'll know what to do. You need to get him to do it. Okay? I'm not talking about the.
Can I do that then?
I can't spend a lot of time on it. What else
Just
would you
need
like
it.
to say?
I would like to just have a little bit more extension, if you can understand me, because within 10 days,
I asked the city if they wish to do that, they do not. But where this is located is such a prominent place. They're getting a lot of pressure from the elected officials and the people who have businesses there and the patrons, that people do not want to wait. They want to see action. My job is to make sure the action is taken. Yours now is to make sure it's taken. So I can't apologize for what you need to do. You've had this guy for a long time. You need to really deal with him quickly. We'll work with you on the fines, but the fines will start if this is not done. So work with your lawyer, tell him how urgent it is to get it done. Yes.
okay, I just wanted to let you know, at this time, our lawyer is out of town. So can you please give us a little bit more extension so I can work with? I truly understand, and I know, but it's difficult to put it up within 10 days. I would like to meet with Mrs. Dorian on site so she can see the difference between yesterday and this morning while I was standing there all night in such a
Ma'am, we're not worried about the guy painting the building. These are the things that have to be done. So, no, we're not going to wait for that. The fines will start. You'll have time. If the fines accrue, if the fines build up, you'll be able to come back on what's called a lien reduction when it's all over and in compliance. But in the meantime, this has to have, you have to show the city officials and the people that are the patrons around there and the other businesses, the city is taking extremely seriously. And that's why they're working so hard to give you a short time to do what should have been done a long time ago. I know you didn't, but you have to do it now. There's nothing else to say about this. I have to go to other cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We wish you the best. We will work with you on this.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm just going, you need to go back to see anything or not?
Well, yes, I'll do follow-up inspections. She has my phone number. She can call me if it's done prior. I don't need to meet with her, but if she calls me, I'll go out 100% and inspect it.
Okay, so she'll come back to take a look at whatever you would like her to look at, okay?
I would love to meet with you, Ms. Dorian, so we can see one-to-one exactly what needs to be done so I can comply it immediately.
Okay, she'll do that as a personal favor to me.
Just call me, so I'll make arrangements.
Thank you, ladies.
Next
Okay, thank you.
case. Next case, page 38. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 221000619. Case address 501 Hendricks Isle, owner 500 Hendricks LLC. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 6/13/23. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 6/14/23, and this is in order to reappear. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
And what's your name and capacity with the property?
My name is Tomas Pocenti, under power of attorney from 500 Hendricks LLC, representative.
Okay, inspector's gonna speak now.
Good morning or good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 221000619. Case address 501 Hendricks Isle. This property was first inspected on October 12th, 2022 and brought before the magistrate on March 14th, 2023, where the magistrate found for the city. And at that hearing on March 14th, 2023, special magistrate Ambrose ordered 91 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter with the mandatory reappearance for today. And basically, I'm gonna let the representative or the property owner speak. They were requesting an extension.
Okay. Does the property still look like this?
This is,
Those are the old pictures with the trash and everything?
yeah, no, that was just, it's the seawall.
It's the seawall itself, but the
Yes.
trash is gone.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have pictures of the seawall. I remember the case, but it's somewhere.
Yeah, so those are just the pictures that when we
Street
first went
side.
to court, yes.
Yes, sir, tell us what's going on with this, please.
Yes, just as a matter of background, as Ms. Dorian said, it is a seawall case. It's a combination of both the seawall and the grading that is affecting this, particularly during the king tides, which are not constant. You know, they tend to happen on a period of around 12 times a year for around 48 hours to 72 hours in this specific area. That's really what's caused the time delay, because when reaching or discussing with the professionals to try and find a solution, we need to wait for the next king tide for them to be there at the time. So during this time, we haven't been sitting on our hands. We've continued to reach out to professionals, and we've concluded that the solution is actually in 3 parts. I've attached, uploaded, if you have in front of you, the 3-part process. It's with 2 licensed professionals. One of them is the agreement between B&M Marine Construction, which is to raise the seawall that you see in front of you in the picture to the city code. And then number 2, to fix and reface the wall itself. So one is an elevation and one is the wall itself. And then the third portion of it, which is a second agreement between David Tristan from National Paving and Waterproofing, is to grade and add about 88 feet. For the southern portion of the property is a little bit low grade, below the seawall. So the solution from the professionals was to grade that 88 feet along that side with stone rocks to mitigate the potential floods that occur. So we hope to move forward, and we are continuing to make forward progress. We just request a little bit more time. I've been speaking constantly with Ms. Dorian, and it was a little miscommunication where I was under the impression that she had to approve on these, this process or the method. That was my ignorance. So apologies for that. And she mentioned to me to submit the agreements, which I did. And in the agreements, we put a timeline from the professionals. One of the professionals, B&M Marine, has put in their timeline that they need about 2 weeks to get a county license to perform the seawall work, and then 2 to 3 weeks from your municipality to get the city approval to pull the permit. So that's in one side. The second agreement, which is for the grading, according to your department, Mr. Alonso mentioned there's no permit required for that, but that only happens after the seawall has been fixed. So it's a three parts to the process. There's a lot of moving parts, and we're humbly requesting a few more times to comply with the pulling of the permit and scheduling and coordinating with the 2 different professionals during this time. So just to repeat, is 2 weeks that they say for the county general license, and 2 to 3 weeks from the city. So they are guesstimating 3-5 weeks in order to have a permit in hand from the city.
Okay, what's the city wish to do?
So I think that we should give 91 days just to
Okay.
get everything done.
Okay.
With a mandatory reappearance.
All right, so 91 days, another 3 months. I already gave you 3 months, right? Or before, giving you another 3 months. I need to see
I
something
appreciate
get
that.
done. These things were just signed June 6th, a couple of days ago. So it's being a little dilatory in getting it done. I understand what you have to do. I understand how important it is. She's offering to give you another 91 days, which I will agree with, which takes you to September 12th to comply. I whatever they call it, Brian. I like to say stay fine. I don't know why you say stay. It's not a stay, it's a suspension, whatever.
Stand fines,
I don't know why
mandatory
you're
reappearance.
And a mandatory reappearance. So what will the date be, September 12th? All right, so you come back September 12th to tell us what progress, which I hope is significant by that time, all right? But
Yes,
there will be no
appreciate it.
running, either otherwise start tomorrow. Defer that, the remote run, they're going to be stayed. That's what they like to say. And I'm gonna do it their way because they're paying. me. So that's what we'll do for you. All right, sir, please make some progress on it.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And please keep the street clean because it looked awful before. This is a very nice island. I know it well. What the aisles have been, et cetera. And it's got to be maintained up on the street for the people who live there, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
That's it. No, that's it.
Just ask to see if Bernice raised her hand. I tried to get her to let us know why she was here. Bernice. I tried to get her to let us know why she was here before, but she never answered. So I don't know if she's over now.
Do we?
And then,
Okay, so you have answer to
Nope. Like, I'm back.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Do it
Yes,
your
sir.
way.
So,
I will.
Thursday goes.
Thank you. Oh, just go right on.
Yes, no, whatever. Your name is. Colonial. All right, folks.
Do not responded or?
Captain.
You're up.
Fireman, fireman.
That's so more, right?
Yeah.
Jerry, you ready?
Yes.
Good afternoon, your magistrate.
Page one, Inspector Robert Cesarowitz, case number FC 230200008. Case address 4517 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Coral Ridge Landings Condo Association, Inc. Posted at property 53023, posted at City Hall 53023.
Good afternoon, your magistrate. Captain Robert Sarward, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. For case FC 23020008, property address 4517 Northeast 21st Avenue. Property recited, reference Senate PA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or checked by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting $100 a day, 28 days to come in compliance.
It takes any time to get this done, but it does apparently for a condo. All right, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Robert Cesarowitz, case number FC 230200009, case address 4521 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Coral Ridge Landing Condo Association, Inc. Posted at property 53023, posted at City Hall 53023.
And Captain Robert Sarward, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 23020009. Property address 4521 Northeast 21st Avenue. Property side and reference set up PA 113.6.4.3. By person or company within the past 12 months. Again, we're requesting $100 a day, 28 days to come in compliance.
All right, is it possible if somebody's not getting a message for these things?
It's possible, but it's been posted also with property that's up there and photographs of the postings. We're at the case file.
Is there a property manager on either of these properties?
Not on site or nowhere there. No.
Oh, you've done what you can. Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You almost was like you were mad.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230300709, case address 740 Northwest First Avenue, numbers 1 through 4, owner 740 Northwest Fourth Avenue LLC, posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 53023.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Judge Brackett from the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 3030709. The property located at 740 Northwest Fourth Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on March 20th of this year. Excuse me, and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area, including but not limited to a black four-door vehicle. This is a recurring violation. This case will be presented to special magistrate as a recurring violation for a finding of fact. CE for the prior case, CE 19062153, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles or trailers on the swale or on the property, including but not limited to a black four-door car, a black SUV with no current tags and flat tires. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. Again, this is a recurring violation. This case is presented before you, special magistrate, as a recurring violation for finding a fact for CE 2206-0164, CE 2002-0429, CE 190-62153, whether or not it comes into compliance before the special master hearing. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on March 20th, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with several quote unquote property managers. But as of today, nobody has showed up. I extended invitations to them to come and see the property. But nobody has.
It's like a 4-unit complex, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. What do you want to do with it? I mean, I don't like this idea of recurring into 2019, because 22. Yeah.
Yeah, so the
3 years in a row here.
yeah, it's basically it's an ongoing situation. I really don't know if it's because they change property managers
That's
constantly.
not helping.
Yeah, but they're located in.
Well, they got some bucks to be there.
So that's how far they
All
are.
right, what do you want?
10 days to come into compliance for a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist here.
I want to do $100. See, the first one's a recurring, so I'm gonna make that $250. Second one, the derelict vehicles, all of them $250. 10 days, $250 each. There. Thank you. Thank you.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Bernstein, Sandberg, case number CE 230208868, case address 420 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Salvatore Solomon. Posted at property 53023, posted at City Hall 53023.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida, for the community enhancement case number CE 23024868, property address 420 Northwest 7th Terrace. This property was inspected on February 23, 2023. The following violations were observed. 47-19.9, there is outdoor storage at this property. There is a mattress and plywood on the rear of the property. 9-304B, there is a trailer parked on the grass/lawn area. The driveway is not being maintained. The gravel driveway worn and has grass growing through it. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls and soffits that have stains and peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or swell. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations have depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Yeah, are all these still in the same condition?
Yes.
When's the last inspection? I think that mattress could be there anymore. I mean, fall apart. You think they're in the violations still remain?
Yeah, it still remain. No contact from the owner or anyone.
Is it vacant or is it occupied? You know?
It appears vacant.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's your order, 28 days, 100 violation.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 23030272, case address 301 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner Avenue, The Arts FLL LLC, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida, Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was inspected on February 23, 2023. The following violation was observed: 1812A complied, 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this vacant lot is in disrepair and not being maintained. As required, the chain link fence has misinfection and is broken. A pre-hearing inspection revealed a violation stated is not in compliance.
Is that a fence then?
It's gonna be further down. I would like to enter the photos. I would like to enter the photo as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day.
How long is this been persisting?
It's a vacant lot. There's usually a lot of trash being dumped, and the city would pick it up, find the owner, but then apparently this fence is just in disrepair.
It's not a recurring thing.
No, never.
I mean, $250 a day, 10 days. Fence is awful. I mean, up there.
Next case, also page 10, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2302-0343, case address 844 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner Don Johnson Ferrero, posted at property 53023, posted at City Hall 53023.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. The property was inspected on February 23rd, 2023. The following violations observed: 9-305B complied, 9-304B complied, 1804C complied, 1812 complied, but I would like to put into record that this is a recurrent violation. So there is overgrowth, trash and debris that this property in or it's well, this is a recurrent violation. Refer to case CE 3202-0696 and CE 2118-0921. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing. I've been in touch with the owner. He understands that this case is a recurring, and the next time there is overgrowth, trash and debris that is property that is going to be an immediate fine.
So there's no fine for it at this point.
No.
But I'm issuing a finding of fact, so we're
Correct.
So
Correct. It's combined.
did a lot of work already, so I need to stay on top. But,
Correct. Basically.
down there like 3 years in that row, and then there you go. Get it food now. Okay.
We'll come back to page 11. Next case, page 12. Inspector Dorian Lowen, case number CE 2211-0294, case address 6420 Northwest 34th Avenue. Owner Walter Schultz, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Colonial's back. One of your many names today,
I probably, okay.
aliases.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Kaloyan.
Oh, yeah. I know her now.
Case number CE 2211-0294, case address 6420 Northwest 34th Avenue. So this property was first inspected on November 17th, 2022, and the following violations were found: 9304B, which has been complied; 9306 was complied; 9280H1 was complied.
306 was complied? Sort of like.
Yes,
Okay.
to the minimum, but yes.
Okay.
Violation BCZ 39-2756B. There's outdoor storage of this county RS5 zone property that is prohibited, including but not limited to mattresses, containers, coolers, and equipment. 18-4C, there's a derelict boat trailer on the swale or on the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8th, 2023, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record.
Okay.
And the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $50 a day per violation.
$100. That's cool.
Yeah, Church of Light. Page
Church of Light.
14. Yeah.
Page 14, Inspector Dorian Lowen, case number CE 2305041, case address 1237 Northeast Fourth Avenue. Owner 1237 Church of Light LLC, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Lien. Case number CE 2305041, case address 1237 Northeast Fourth Avenue. This property was first inspected on May 16, 2023, and the following violations were found. 47-19.5.E.7, the chain link fence is leaning and or broken. It is not secure, allowing people to enter the property. 1812A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation, reference case number CE 22100279. And we'll proceed to the magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it's complied prior to the hearing. 18.1, there's graffiti at this property creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation as well, reference case number CE 22100279, and we'll proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it's complied prior to the hearing. So a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 12th, and I'm sure you see the pictures. They have done a lot of work. However, it is still they are still in violation.
It's empty though, it's vacant, right?
They
Boarded up.
They actually removed the remaining of the homeless people that were in there. There was an encampment. There was a lot of trash. It was absolutely filthy. They've been working on it. He just wasn't finished. So I told him I would give him some more time. So the city's requesting 10 days to come into compliance. I don't think they need it.
Not to do it, right?
I believe so.
That's
If he
fine.
said a couple days, I'm
Okay.
thinking he could be done in 10.
That's fine.
Or a fine in the amount of $150 a day for violation thereafter. And then the finding of
Let me
fact.
bring that down to 100. I didn't want to get their attention, but it might be a little steep for a church. It's a church, right?
Well, it's a vacant building. I think they're demoing it. They're gonna be demoing.
Let's
the
stick with the
property.
150 you recommend. Then. 10 days, 150.
10 days, 150, and the finding of fact for the recurring violation.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going back to page 11.
One second, I'm sorry, the 18-1 is that.
No, none of them are compliant.
Back to page 11, Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor DeVilo presenting case number CE 2212049, case address 2210 Northwest 22nd Street. Owner Everall Jackson Jr., posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 53023.
So I believe this has come into compliance, this property.
The recurring one?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right, Supervisor Bouladile, on behalf of Karen Proto, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, the code enforcement case and address as read. This property was inspected on December 12th, 2022. And the following violations were observed. 18-12A applied, but there was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in this vacant lot and swale area. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 210904050 and CE 2110119. This case is being presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance, requesting a finding of fact. Also 18-1, which has also come into compliance, an overgrowth of vegetation that's creating a public nuisance and maintaining such a matter the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or other wild animals. or may furnish a breeding ground for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. The notice was posted by the inspector, by Inspector Moore on December 12th, 2022. A reinspection of the property was conducted on January 3rd. And all violations remained, and the notice of hearing was posted on May 24th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection of the property was conducted on June 12th. And the property is now in the
Or you can call it the both cases.
or
Okay, finding of that breach. All right, so we're
Okay, page 15, Inspector Diego Santos. Case number 230209118, case address 537 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Robert G. Burgess, posted at property 53023, posted at City Hall 53023.
Special Magistrate, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case EE 230209118, property address as mentioned. On February 26, 2023, I inspected the property, and these are the violations I observed. 18-4C derelict vehicles boat. There are 2 derelict vehicles, one derelict boat. There's a gold Ford 150 with no license plates parked on this well, which actually was moved inside the property, and then the property owner actually removed from the property. There's a green Ford Bronco with the license plates expired. Property owner also gonna put new plates. Also, the boat is gone as well from the property. Next one is 18-1. Public nuisance under roof storage, which was complied. 9-304B driveway maintenance. The driveway gravel entrance is missing gravel. There will need to go with, and the concrete driveway is dirty and stained. Property owner is already taking care of that. He put more gravel, and also he's put weed killer to kill the weeds. It's not complied yet, but it's on the process. Okay. 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swell area. Spoke to the property owner, he's going to take care of those areas. And then the last one, 9-306, the exterior maintenance, which is complied. So at this time, the city is requesting 28 days for the property owner to come to compliance or face a fine of $25 per day per violation thereof.
okay. So you've been working towards.
He's been working.
So are you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 17, case number CE 230200489, case address 703 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Shalom Max LLC. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 18, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 230200490, case address 701 Northwest 14th Way, owner Perry and Louise T. Foster, posted at property 52523, posted at City Hall 53023.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number C 230200490, case address 701 Northwest 14 Way. This property was first inspected on 2/16/23, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, there are 2 derelict vehicles being parked stored on this property, a burgundy Mercury Grand Marquis and a white Ford Expedition. 9-308B, there are stains of dirt along the roof dribble line or another element which is not permanent on the roof. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and its swell is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 200111639. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether it complies or not due to the recurring nature. 9-304B, the gravel driveway at this property is not being maintained as required. There is growth of grass weeds throughout the surface and it is not well graded. This is a recurrent violation of previous case number CE 200111639. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether it complies or not due to the recurring nature. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and or its swell. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records and posted on the property on 2/22/23. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 6/7/23. All the violations are in compliance, so the cases are applied.
But you want findings of fact?
Yeah, finding a fact is what we're searching. I've been in contact with the owner and he's aware, yeah.
So just those two findings?
Yeah, for those two recurrent violations.
All right, so we're.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230201669, case address 609 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Henriette Marquell, posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 530.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address have been read into the record. I inspected the property on February 5th, 2023, and the following violations was observed: 9-305Z, which is in compliance. 9-306, exterior building walls are not been detained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint and cracking stucco. An inspection report was issued February 5th, 2023. I re-inspected the property on March 6th, 2023, on March 29th, and on April 26th, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on May 24th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was done June 11th, 2023. The violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days and $25 thereafter.
Next case, also page 19, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230200524, case address 814 Southwest 12th Place. Owner Paul F. Hawch Estates, posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 530.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address read into the record. Inspected the property on February 15th, 2023, and the following violations were observed: 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained in need. And it is in need of black seal resurfacing. There are cracks and weeds growing through the uneven areas that are not smooth and well graded. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in need of welcome appearance or areas of dead or missing ground cover. 9-305A, there's overgrowth of landscape is encroaching onto the public right of way, the sidewalk. An inspection report was issued on February 15th, 2023. I re-inspected the property April 5th and April 29th of 2023. Notice of hearing was posted May 24th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was performed on June 11th, 2023. The violations remain as depicted on the photograph. The city is asking 28 days for compliance for $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230100329, case address 1331 South Ocean Drive. Owner S-Lip Inc., posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 53023.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address read into the record. Inspector Garcia inspected the property on January 13th, 2023, and the following violations were observed: 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. 18-1, the overall condition of the property is creating a public nuisance, is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or may adversely affect, impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Section 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this RS 4.4 zone property. There's outdoor storage consisting of but not limited to items covered by tarps, buckets, plastic bins, boxes. There's illegal storage of a derelict vehicle on the property. Section 9-308B, there's debris, trash, and other elements which is not permitted on the roof. Code section 9-280H1, that is complied. Section 9306, exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia and soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Code section 9-305B, the overall landscape of this property is not being maintained in neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of did a missing ground cover and there are trees on the property that require trimming. Code section 9-305A is complied. Section 9-304B, the driveway of this subject property was observed in need of maintenance. There are areas of the driveway that are required repairs due to the cracks, uneven surface, and black seal. Code section 18-4C that has complied. An inspection report was issued January 13, 2023. Inspector Garcia inspected the property February 15. March 15th, I re-inspected the property on May 3rd, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted May 24th of 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted June 11th, 2023, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 per day thereafter per violation.
This by A1A someone, Ocean Boulevard, Ocean
It
Drive.
is close to the beach, yeah.
All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2303-0917, case address 1200 Southeast 13th Terrace. Owner Clara E. Rust, posted at property 52423, posted at City Hall 530-2020.
Rafael Santos with the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address put into the record. I inspected the property on March 28, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, which is complied. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wood fence appears to have rotten slats, missing panels, and the fence does not appear to be sturdy. An inspection report was issued on March 28, 2023. I re-inspected the property on April 12th and on May 15th. Notice of hearing was posted May 24th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted June 11th. The violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 thereafter. So it's just one that we're gonna ask for an extension of time. On page 26, sorry, get that 1440 Miami Road.
Page 26, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22090223, case address 1440 Miami Road. Owner 1440 Brooks LLC, first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One suspension from 5/9/23 to 6/13/23. One section not complied at $25 per day, $700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address have been read into the record. What the city is going to be asking for is for staff and an additional staff fines with 91 days to comply. They did apply for the permits, but it was the wrong permit because it is dealing with the swale area. So they've resubmitted and they're going through the process.
Okay, so there's fines that have accrued, those will remain, but stay from now on.
Right.
For 91 days.
And
Okay,
91.
so we're.
Thank you.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23030782, case address 832 Northeast 17th Avenue. Owner BP Northeast 17th Avenue LLC, posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23030782 from property located at 832 Northeast 17th Avenue. This property was cited on March 27th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, the property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On April 12th, 2023, the violation remained and has still not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting full compliance within 10 days, but a fine of $200 per day for every day thereafter.
So the maximum I can do?
Maximum would be 15,000.
Well, that would be irreparable and reversal.
No,
Right, $1,000 a day. According to the statute. That's the maximum.
Let's do 500. 500.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23020883, case address 1124 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner William Harris. posted at property 53123, posted at City Hall 53023.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23020883 for property located at 1124 Northeast Second Avenue. This property was cited on February 27th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation.
Do we have pictures?
Yes.
No, you had that.
I'm just asking. Just curious.
For your honor, for the evidentiary support from the inspector. So-
You were looking for a place to hang out.
No, sir.
Get them on their, kick them while they're down. Get a special discount.
This property was cited on February 27th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On March 16th, 2023, the violation remained and has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 10 days or a fine of $240 per day thereafter.
240.
Katrina had asked that we ask for the actual amount they're charging. It was about $200.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 500 because I don't like people doing this without.
Special management, can we go to 500?
I'm asking you guys.
First time violation, I think we can only go to 250.
No,
No, go up to $1,000 a day for violation.
For first time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that they can't make enough money on this per day.
Oh,
Without
yeah.
the fine outweighs the ability to do it and gets their attention. That's the
Absolutely.
intent.
I'm just trying to make sure we're.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, here.
Appreciate the business, trust me. So ordered, 10 over 500.
Thank you.
No, he did. I said 500.
Yes.
And then she gets the discount.
Yes.
Okay, now,
Yeah.
give her the, can you get brochure?
Case number CE 23030006-208 Northeast 16th Court.
Pat, another one.
It's complied.
Oh,
That case is complied.
and he doesn't
You
have.
have to read it. Next case, page 26. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 22120401, case address 804 Northwest 19th Street. Owner Edgar Malone. This is to vacate the order of 21423.
Oh, so ordered. So ordered.
Next case, also page 26, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22120499, case address 3317 Northeast 15th Street. Owner Tarn and
What she said.
This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 4/9/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,250 accrued. One section not complied at $17,600, and that was imposed. Cities requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'm gonna warn you about this guy as well. He got property in Lauderdale by the Sea. He's a very nice, soft-spoken Thai resident, going to law school. He never gets anything done. So you're gonna end up dealing with this for probably forever. But I'll, let the fines run is what we're trying to do, right? So we're.
Imposed.
Impose the fine. That was them for a long time.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 22100615. Case address 3629 Southwest 14th Street, owner Pierre Toussaint. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 2/24/23 and 3/21/23. Four sections not complied at $100 per day, $36,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Impose the fine.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 23010253, case address 2026 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owner First Class Properties Investment Inc. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,150 accrued. One section not complied at $250 per day, $15,750 accrued for a total of $18,900. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Impose the fine.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Bernstein Sangberg, case number 230100563. Case address 528 Northwest 18th Avenue. Owner Jeffrey R. Ball and Ashley N. Nierenberg. This case was first heard 9/4/11/23 to comply by 5/9/23. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,000 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,500 accrued for a total of $8,000. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
You gonna change this?
No, she,
You just wanted 10 votes.
yeah. to-
Oh, okay.
Impose fine, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So we're
Next case, page 30, Inspector Karen Proto, case number 230100893. Case address 2601 Northwest 16th Court. Owner Ellis J. Parker Senior, first heard 4/11/23. Complied by 4/21/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $775 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
so we're impose a fine.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CEC 3010011, case address 1771 Northwest 47th Avenue. Owner Carrie Bell Thomas Estates. This case was first heard 4/11/23 to comply by 5/9/23. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Impose fine.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Karen Proto, case number E220600098. Case address 1081 Northwest 25th Way. Owner Willie M. Chance Estate. This case was first heard 4/11/23 to comply by 5/9/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Impose a fine.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 21090094, case address 417 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Maxine Davis. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/28/22. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $25 per day for a total of $4,775. The city is requesting no fines.
So we're
Next case, page 34, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 2205024, case address 203 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner Leonard LaVille. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/15/22. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $3,925 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
impose a fine.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 221000685. Case address 715 Northwest 14th Way. Owner Emmanuel Church of God in Christ. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 4/18/23. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Impose a fine.
Next case, also page 35, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 230200539. Case address 1725 Northwest 6th Place, owner Andrew Bryant. This case was first heard 4/11/23 to comply by 5/9/23. One section complied at $50 per day, not complied at $50 per day, $1,750 accrued. One section complied at $6,000 imposed for a total of $1,750 accrued. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, it says 6,000 and 1750, but only 1750.
The 6,000 was already imposed. Right.
Okay, okay. All right, impose a fine.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 221100235. Case address 1017 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Ronaldo J. Crespo, Richard Anthony Crespo. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/24/23 and 4/18/23. Three sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,825 accrued. Cities requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, also page 36, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 22101053, case address 2248 Southwest 14th Street, owner HPA borrower 2016-1 LLC. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 3/21/23, one suspension from 4/11/23 to 4/21/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $7,400 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $600 accrued for a total of $8,000. Cities requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, page 37, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 220900168, case address 2080 Southwest 27th Avenue. Owner Lori Vasello. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 4/18/23. Four sections not complied at $25 per day, $5,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. The city is requesting to enter page 40 into today's exhibit into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Order or approved with stay or. Take a verb you like.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing for June 13th, 2023. Oh.
You want to tell them we're going to start in 5 minutes before we?
Yeah.
Please. Or taking yours now?
You have to say it.
We will start lien reduction in approximately 5 minutes. Those who are on for lien reduction, please give us 5 minutes and we will start.
Adam is,
Our first case, page 1. Case number CE 2301065 case address 625 Northeast 15th Avenue. Owner Adam and Erica Farr. Is total lien amount $2,200, administrative cost $453.48. The city is requesting $1,100. Appeal deadline was February 8th, 2023. No appeal received. Hello, can you hear us? Can you unmute your mic? Hello? You're muted. We can't hear you.
Is it connected to Bluetooth or CarPlay?
Try it.
That might interfere with.
it's not working.
All right, let's go to the next one. We'll come back.
Adam might want to try to call in.
Do you want to tell him to raise his
Yeah, try to call in, switch your audio and then, yeah, all right. We'll bring you back in.
All right, we're going to next case, page 2. Case number CE 221207005, case address 815 Southeast Second Court, owner BFA Florida Land Trust number 73, Affordable Discount Homes LLC Trust. Total lien amount $24,400, administrative cost $460.14. City is requesting $12,200. Appeal deadline was January 10th, 2023. No appeal received. Mr. Lawrence, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, I do. I do.
What's your relationship to the property, please?
I am the owner of the property.
Okay. All right, your lien amount is 24,400. Why do you think it should be reduced?
Okay, for a couple of reasons. Let me start with from the beginning. First off, I attended this hearing back in March 30th of 2022, and I tried to explain that I never received notice of the hearing that was to take place of the violation. They had it under the name of Gibraltar Realty Holdings, and that wasn't the owner of the property at that time. This violation occurred on Christmas Day. There was a party, and it's not unexpected to have someone have a party on Christmas Day. As soon as I found out about the violation the following day, I immediately had the people vacate the property. I've never had any problems whatsoever with this property. I haven't been violated for no violations whatsoever. And at the hearing, I requested from the magistrate at the time to show me where I ever got any notice of this hearing. And he says, we don't have that, other than what you can do is after the hearing, go to the mailroom and see where it was sent to. So after the hearing, I proceeded to go to the mailroom, spent about an hour there. And what happened was they showed me that something was attempted to be mailed. They had a partial address and nothing was ever signed for. And I've been at this location for over 5 years. The next thing is that if you look at the violation, okay, it doesn't match what the ordinance says. And specifically, it says, it is declared unlawful and a public nuisance for any owner of any property in this city to maintain such property or to permit such property to be maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may reasonably cause disease or adversely affect or impairs the economic welfare of adjacent property. So that the ordinance that was cited for this violation isn't really correct. And that's right on the, I'm reading right off of the thing that you have where it says corrective action. And lastly, as soon as I found out that this was an Airbnb, that it wasn't properly licensed, I immediately ceased to do anything. I had a property manager that indicated to me that everything was satisfactory on the state level, but apparently, I guess on the municipal level, that wasn't completed. So as soon as I found out about all this, all activity stopped. And when I found out about the noise situation on Christmas Day, that was immediately stopped and everyone vacated the following day.
Looking at your file.
So, Your Honor, I'm not really sure what he's referring to at all. So the file reveals the following. It was a citation that was issued. Is a certified mail noting exactly what is in BCPA, BFA Florida Land Trust 73 Affordable Discount Homes LLC Trust, 1027 Southwest 21st Avenue, Hollywood, Florida, 33020. That is the certified mailing that is in there, and also the copy of the BCPA that was taken contemporaneously for the hearing. The citation itself, Your Honor, states that the violation, citation issued by Senior Inspector Garcia, the property is being used as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance. Corrective action, obtain certificate of compliance from the city or proof of deactivation from the advertising sites and cease all short-term rental activity. That's also here in the file if Your Honor would like to see it. The file also reveals that the property was posted accordingly on December 25th, 2022, as is reflected by Inspector Garcia's affidavit, which is also in the file. So I can tell you, that's pretty much it.
Are your response to those things, sir?
Sure. I don't know if you, can you see this letter here that I have right here in front of you?
We can't read it out. We can't make it out. No.
You can't make it out if I have it. Okay, because right on here, it says Gibraltar Realty Holdings LLC trustee, dear property owner, and this is dated March 8th of 2023. I was just wondering, you can't see the heading on that at all anywhere?
We have the file here, so.
Okay, so you, yeah, okay, I'm just pointing this out to show that right on the letterhead, it has a different property owner, which was the prior property owner. And the second thing is, I don't know if you have access to that certified letter, but look to see if it had, if it was ever signed for over here at this address.
That's legally irrelevant, sir. So
okay, it's still interesting because of the fact that I never received anything. And when I went to the mailroom, they only had a partial address on there. Do you have a copy of that in your file there right now that you can show, Your Honor? Do you have a copy of it right now?
this is for the notice of hearing, Your Honor. It has nothing to do with the citation itself. This is for the notice of hearing. that was sent, which was sent by first-class mail, which indicates, again, BFA Florida Land Trust 73, Affordable Discount Homes LLC trustee, 1027 Southwest 21st Avenue, Hollywood, Florida, 33020. There is an affidavit of mailing and an affidavit of posting of the notice of hearing. And as Your Honor also knows, lien reduction is not an opportunity for the property owner to rehear the case. That's
Right.
specified specifically in the ordinance.
Okay, my paperwork shows me this was out of compliance for 47 days. And there was a huge Christmas party.
Yes, sir.
So, problem for the neighborhood. So, city's recommending to cut the fine in half to $12,200. I'll reduce it a little more to $10,000, but $460.14 for the city's costs, which is what, 10,000? 460.14. That's my ruling.
How about some of the mitigating factors here? I mean, I didn't know the very first time that I ever got notice, which wasn't really notice, about the violation of the Airbnb. It wasn't until this violation as it pertains to the noise aspect. And then when you look at for Christmas Day, it's not unreasonable for anybody to have a party on Christmas. And then when they say they posted on the outside, and the only reason, and I understand what you're saying, that yes, you can't relitigate a case afterwards, but here's the situation. At that time, when I requested this information, they said they did not have it available. Again, I asked whoever is the lady that responded to you, do you have a copy of that certified letter in your presence? Because when I went upstairs, the mail clerk specifically showed me that there was a partial address. She said, this is what we have. And it was a partial address, and nothing was ever delivered because you can't deliver something to a partial address. And I
Mr. Lawrence, as I've said on now the third occasion, there is an affidavit of first-class mailing in the file that indicates exactly where it went to, as well as the posting. There's an affidavit of also that in the file, and the magistrate can certainly look at that.
And that's the Broward County Property Appraiser.
Correct.
Location.
As I've read
For
now
a
3
notice.
times,
So that's where
BFA
it goes.
Florida Land Trust 73, Affordable Discount Home LLC trustee, 1027 Southwest 21st Avenue, Hollywood, Florida, 33020.
So it went to the place where whoever, if that's you, listed that address, because that's what's on the property appraiser's address. And that's what the state law and the city requires.
Well,
So-
I still stand by. I never received anything. Okay. We've had problems with the mail service. We're across the street from a methadone drug clinic. Okay. I could demonstrate that we've had problems with the mail. I'll be happy to get you the postal inspector. This has been an ongoing problem. That's why the certification was a very important thing to me, because I would have definitely received it. And I spent the extra time to go upstairs to see what was there. That's why I'm asking, do you have anything there that would corroborate with what is being sworn to, that there was actually something that was sent to the proper address of 1027? Because when I went upstairs, the mail clerk showed me a receipt that said,
Excuse me. It was sent to the address listed on the Broward County Property Appraiser property records. That's the only, it doesn't have to go to any other place but there. That's your response. Excuse me. That's the only place it would go to, and that's where it went. If the posting got taken away by the wind, that's possible, but not likely, because the person has an affidavit, a sworn statement that it was posted. So my ruling is $10,000, $460.14 city costs. And I don't want to hear that because it was Christmas Day, that people could have a loud and raucous and huge party. That is not true, especially in a vacation rental. This is not somebody else's home. This is a vacation rental. It was to the detriment of the neighborhood. So that's my ruling. How many days do you need to pay it?
I don't know yet. I need to speak to legal counsel and decide what I'm going to be doing from this point forward.
I can pretty much tell you that there's doing lien reductions is a matter of, there's no legal authority to give this. So the city doesn't have to give this. There is no appeal, but you can call your lawyer and find that out if you wish to. How many days do you want? How many days can you have up to? You can have up to 180 days if you want, but it's got to be paid. If it doesn't, it reverts to the full amount. So it's your call, how many days you want to pay, paid in installments, it's up to you. Otherwise, it's $24,000.
All right, make it 180 days then, I guess.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next case, also page 2, case number CE 2301037, case address 840 Northeast 17th Way. Owner, Fiduci, Familial, Sharon 1, Norman Sharon, total lien amount $4,000, administrative cost $407.48. City requesting $2,000, appeal deadline January 27, 2023, no appeal received.
Oh, Harry is back on y'all ready.
Okay,
Second one,
all
first one.
right, we'll go back to.
On hold for a minute?
I don't know. We'll move on.
Go to Harry.
Harry?
Yeah, that's this one, right?
Yep.
The one we put aside that before?
No, we'll go back to him.
All right, where am I going here? Let me know what file.
840.
The one we just did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There I am. I don't want to scare anybody the way I look, but that's okay.
Mr. Hippler.
Yes,
Oh,
how
no.
are you doing, Mr. Andrew? How's life?
A magistrate talking to another magistrate. That's never good.
Hey,
Never, ever
gotta
good.
make a living. Gotta make
I
a
want my lawyer. I got my lawyer right here.
Well,
So you
I
would-
learned,
you-
look, I learned a lot from watching you. I'm always, Mr. Ansbro is to the point. We should all, except in this case, he's a magistrate, okay? We'll
have
see,
great-
whatever.
Great respect for my fellow magistrate. We share a couple of cities. But in this case, Harry, they owe 4,000. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't know why when they swear a
Will
lawyer.
you please raise your right hand?
I'm an attorney. I can't attest to the truth of what, I mean, I can only swear that I'm a great person and I never lie or anything like that.
Well, I'll
I
swear to
don't know
that.
about that, but go ahead.
It's our procedure to make everyone swear in.
Okay, I'll swear go ahead. Yes.
All right, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, but I do not have firsthand knowledge of the facts. Okay, go ahead.
Sound like a lawyer talking. All right.
Go ahead.
This is a case, it's $4,000 is due, which is pretty modest. City's recommend, huh? City's recommend, what is it? I'm sorry. It is a vacation home. The city's recommending $2,000. They're out of compliance for 21 days.
Yeah.
And I don't see why I would reduce it less than that, Harry.
Yeah. Okay. The only thing I would say, that's gracious of you, and I'll wind up taking it, but it was inadvertent. The property management firm did this as soon as they got noticed. It was posted, no one was at the property. And as soon as that happened, it went from, they thought it was 6 people that could stay, but it was only 4 in one
Right,
of
I read that, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you
Okay.
could do a little less, maybe that'd be appreciated.
Well, again, what I'm not doing is charging you the city's direct cost, which is another $407.
Okay, so it's 2,000 net.
All right, so I won't do that.
Okay.
1,000 flat.
Okay. 2,000 net. Could he have, he's in Canada, I presume. Could we have 60 days if that's acceptable?
That's
Okay,
what-
2,000 net. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pipla, we'll see you at the hipster.
Okay, there's another one I have to bore you with.
Also
so-
representing another case, page 4.
Yeah.
On page 4, case number BE 211200024, case address 1637 Northwest 16th Avenue. Owner John Luke Barrett, Revocable Living Trust. John Luke Barrett, trustee. Total lien amount $8,700. Administrative cost $1,060.34. The city is requesting $2,610.
Okay,
Permits, right?
okay, the same amount?
No, it's, but it's close. It's,
Oh, right.
it's 174 days out of compliance, which is pretty steep, as you well know.
Yes,
Lien is $8,700.
yes.
The city is offering to accept 2,610, but I want the cost paid as well in addition.
Okay, what the costs are, what is it, 1,000 and some?
The costs are
change?
1,030, $603.
$1,060.34.
So the total would be, what is that?
You're doing the city's request and the.
And the cost.
and the cost, okay.
So it's 3610 on the 3670.34.
3670.34.
Yes.
There
that's
we
it.
go.
How many
You know-
days you?
60 days, that's fair enough. No, thanks so much. And like I
Okay.
said, in all cases, including this one, Mr. Ansbro gets an A+. Okay.
Well, that's good because Harry does write a lot of law articles.
I have one coming out on excessive fines and liens. I'm waiting for.
Don't be quoting me in there.
No, I'm not. No. What you
Good
did
job,
is
Dave.
really in the ballpark. You did,
All right.
that's the way it should be. You know, we all know that these people don't pay. I mean, they don't comply. What else is new? So.
Yeah, well, you and I do enough of this work to know. All right.
Thank you so much. Take care. All be safe. All right. Thank you.
Nice day.
Thank you. Bye.
Several cities together.
We're going back
We share
to,
Danger Beach.
Adam Bauer,
Boca,
the one
it's
that's driving Jerry.
He's got a hound.
Okay.
Full spring.
Okay.
Adam, if you could press *6 to unmute your phone.
All right, we're going back to page 1, case number CE 2301.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Case address.
Oh, terrific. Okay.
Avenue.
I apologize
Adam,
about earlier.
Is that the first one we're going to try?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, 625.
Mr. Bauer, will you please raise your right hand? That's your
right,
left.
that's your left hand. Your right hand.
Your other
Oh,
right.
my goodness. Sorry.
Don't feel bad. You're the
I'm used to looking at everyone
you're the-
backwards, watching everybody. I was watching
You're
everyone
the third one
backwards. Sorry.
today. You're not alone.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
All right, and what's your capacity with the property?
Adam Fowler, I'm the owner and proprietor
Okay.
with my wife, Erica Fowler.
All right. The fine is $2,200. The city's offering to reduce it by half to $1,100. That's for being out of compliance with vacation rental advertising, am I right? For 12 days.
Yeah, so yes, and I think what I heard earlier is that there's no real testing or protesting or I guess representing myself in the actual case itself. It's purely just to discuss the fine amount. Is that correct?
That is correct. You don't go back to the case.
Okay. Are there administrative costs on top of that 1,100, or is that would be the final cost?
There are, but I'm willing to waive them because of the value. The whole fine is 2,200. The cost of 453. I can reduce it to 1,100. When the city's requesting 1,100, it's okay waiving its cost, but there were another 400 which we're not going to seek.
Okay, all right. So I yeah, based on the previous conversation, I think you're being very fair. So no, I appreciate the reduction, and I will accept that if I can take 180 days. But I assume if I pay it off sooner, that's okay.
Yes, it
Yes.
certainly is. Again, sooner is better to get it off your back.
Sure. Yeah, I'll probably pay it off. I'll just take 180 just in case, and that's. How do I find out how to pay it? Is that also in the documentation? I didn't look at that.
You'll get an order, right? You'll get an order.
I will
in
get
the
an
mail.
order. Okay.
If you got a notice of this, you'll get an order. About that, right?
You'll get an order
Okay.
and through the mail from me, okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Can we see if Leonard Morrell is there? He was the first guy.
Nope.
No, he's still not there. Okay. We're going back to page 2. Case number CE 121008040, case address 1041 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner BKS1 Corp. Totaling about $92,750. Administrative costs $1,225.42. The city is requesting $27,825.
Brandon,
Brandon Hurst.
It's been in compliance 9 years.
Mr. Hurst, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Will you please raise your
Okay,
right
great.
hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. And you're the new owner. You acquired it recently or some years ago, right?
I actually just
New one.
recently sold the property, but I sold the property recently, but I acquired it, prior to the running violation was there before I bought it. I think I bought the bank note and foreclosed on the asset. It was actually one of the first notes I acquired. And during the process, my attorney, I would say, found a relative that was able to sign off. So we didn't go through the full foreclosure process. And I think that was kind of what left this lingering item open. At the time I was in my 20s and, probably didn't do the best due diligence in closing this out, in hindsight. So I completely understand, your position. But yeah, I remedied the situation. You could see the permit was pulled, only, a few months later for a new roof and got it all up to par to rent it out.
Okay, the lien amount is very substantial, $92,750. But it's from years ago, almost 10 years ago.
Correct, yeah.
The city's proposing $27,825, which I presume is about 1/3.
A third.
What is your
Is there any
response?
way Yeah, I mean, everything was rectified, pretty promptly once I was a new owner. I just wasn't aware. I mean, I would talk with the code inspector that worked the area there and, never really realized once I filed the permit that this was still open. Or that there was fines. I mean, even to today, if you look up the coast, the case just says lien amount 0. So it was just really hard to understand that it was still like a curing fine.
All right, this ran, however, for 503 days, whether you had it or not. When you
Did
bought
have
it, that
He
was,
did have it.
huh?
He did have it. The narrative says that it was open and complied with the current property owner.
So that's a long time to have put up with this as a city for overgrowth, et cetera. You have 10,000, I see, in escrow. So I'm going to say you need to apply that towards the fine, and I will reduce it to 17,000 for the fine plus the city's costs of 1225.42, which is how much, ladies?
18,225.42.
Okay, so that's about 10,000 less than the city is asking for. I'm giving you a break on that under the circumstances, but I'm not willing to go lower than that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I mean, obviously I'd like it to be less, but if that's as far as you guys can go, I mean, I guess I have to take, what it is.
Okay.
I don't know if
How
you
much-
saw the pictures of the house. It was completely, redone. The outside looks, pretty immaculate.
I don't have the benefit of the pictures because they just give me the backup for the appeal. So that's all I had.
Okay.
But
Yeah, but it was the best looking house on the block when I sold it. I mean, whole new facade, planters, it was really put together by the time I exited that asset.
I'm glad you stepped up to that, but that'll be the amount. How much time do you want to pay it? You can have up to 6.
It doesn't, I mean, I've already sold the property, so I have a holdback.
10,000 in escrow, right?
I have 95,000 in escrow, so for the whole amount. So it'll just come from the attorney from the closing. So as long as they can figure it out to pull from there and then, return the rest to me. I mean, so it's not exactly in my hands, but I'll follow up with them after this and advise them to just pay the balance in full.
Okay,
60 days, good?
That's fine. Thank you so much.
all right, thank you, sir.
Take care. Thanks for your time.
Next case, page 3, case number CE 22090330. Case address 1151 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Park Tower Association, Inc. Total lien amount $25,750. Administrative cost $805.69. The city is requesting $7,725. Appeal deadline was October 13, 2023, and no appeal received.
What was this for?
Michael. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
What's your name in relation to the property, sir?
My name is Michael Weitzer. I'm an attorney for Park Towers Association.
Okay. Is this the case I dealt with the noisy?
Mhm.
I dealt with this several times, right? About the noisy.
Yes, of course.
water.
This was a no violation.
I vividly remember the case. Okay, she just read out that the fine amount, the lien amount is $25,750. The city is offering to accept $7,725, and the costs are how much?
$805.
$805.69. So if I impose that, what is your response to that?
If any further reduction would be granted by your special magistrate, the Park Towers has incurred over $115,000 trying to resolve the noise violation. As I'm sure you remember, the association had to rely on a number of vendors, I think a total of 6 over 2 years.
I read all
did-
that. I read the background and I'm very familiar with the details of it. I will reduce it to 5,000, but the cost must be paid of 80569. So 80569 total. And they can have 180 days within which to pay it.
Great. Thank you, Special Magistrate.
You're welcome, sir. Thanks for getting it resolved.
Of course, and hopefully you guys don't have to stay here too much longer. It's been a long day for you guys.
Thank you.
Right, long for you watching us.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to the first one?
Back to the first one now.
I don't think he's there. The first one isn't there.
That's what Mr. White representing.
Next case, page 3, case number CE 23010346, case address 1308 Southwest 21st Lane, owner Holland Mobile Park LLC. Holland Mobile Home Park LLC, total lien amount $5,400, administrative cost $609.87. The city is requesting $1,620. Appeal deadline January 27, 2023. No appeal.
Okay.
Mr. Medina, please
Hello,
raise
how are
your.
you? Sir, you have to disconnect. You have to disconnect from one of your devices.
Can you hear you?
I hear you.
Okay,
You guys hear me?
all right.
Yes, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
And your name again and what's your relationship to the property?
Juan Medina, I manage the property.
Okay. All right, this is I remember it's for electrical work that affected one unit and caused issues with the electrical having to be redone. The lien is $5,400. The city is offering to accept $1,620, and there are costs of the city out of pocket of $609.87, which I'm proposing to offer to you to pay. You have 180 days to pay it.
Okay, can you repeat the amount again, please?
Yes, the city's offering $1,620. The cost for the people expecting it and working the file, $609.87, which is a total of
$2,229.87.
what she said.
I'm sorry, that, okay, so the total will be what, 2,000?
$2,229.87.
Payable in 6 months, the magistrate's order.
You can pay up to 6 months, but if you don't pay it on time, it goes back $5,400.
Okay, and that'll be, how many days will that be? Sorry.
You can have 6 months.
180.
180 days,
180 days.
but it must be paid by then or it goes back to the full amount.
No, that's fine. We'll take care of it as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you for your cooperation.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yep. Next case, page 4,
Don't look at that.
case number CE 201202224, case address 1415 Southwest First Street, numbers 1 through 8, owner Modest Nook LLC. Total lien amount $3,500, administrative cost $425.87. The city's requesting $1,500, appeal deadline December 23rd, 2020, and no appeal received. Hi, Stacy, will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, ma'am, I swear.
Tell us your name and your relationship to the property.
My name is Stacy Bejarano, and I am the property manager of Modest Nook.
Okay. The lien is for a total of 14 days and it was $3,500. City is offering you, your client, $1,500 and there's costs of $425.87. That's what I would impose, unless you have a reason why, there's some reason it should be less than that, because I don't think there is. But you can tell me.
Yes, Your Honor. When the fine was imposed, I had already attended, not for that fine, but for another fine that we had at the property, and we cured it right away. So now we're in the process of negotiating the property for sale. I reapplied to this, showed proof that it was cured back then, because this was a while ago. And they told me I had to come back to our hearing, like to a court hearing, but it's been complied. And I think I spoke to the inspector in person when he passed by to check that the infraction wasn't no longer active.
This is only for paying the fines, so the property is in compliance. But there's a lien on the property for $3,500 that it accrued while it was out of compliance. The offer
Right,
by the
so-
city is
Yeah.
saying they would accept $1,500, saving.
Oh,
you-
they would.
Yes, $1,500 rather than $3,500.
No, that's perfect. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to ask you, to see if we could get a lien reduction.
All right, but I do want to get the city's costs back. Of
How much is
$425.
that?
425.87. So that's a total of $1,925.87.
There's no way those costs could be reduced, the city costs?
Those costs are out of pocket where the people went out there and did the work, and I'm not gonna have the taxpayers pay for your case. So that, no.
I
can't.
understand.
Okay, so you can have up to 6 months if you need it. Sounds like you'll be getting the money earlier than that. If you need
Correct.
6 months.
No, we'll be making the payment shortly because we have the money already in escrow.
Okay, so we'll give you 60 days, all right?
I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
It was here.
Who?
Yep.
Nope.
It was not here. What about Ryan? Ryan Sweeney?
Yep.
Ryan is for- Next case, page 5, case number BE 200403881, case address 1833 Southeast 17th Street, owner PEP Inc. Total lien amount $61,000, administrative cost $963.22. The city is requesting $18,300. Mrs. Sweeney, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
What's your relationship to the property?
I'm part owner of Port Everglades Pilots Association. I know this has taken a very long time to get repaired. I've been diligently attempting to contract with various contractors since the beginning. I was a little over my head with this project because I realized it was very difficult after COVID to get contractors interested in it's a concrete restoration from a 50-year-old plus building. And also engineers weren't interested in putting their license on the line. So I hired DWI. They did F3 Marine Project for some of the top people here, and they had trouble getting an engineer. When we got they took off our first engineer because they didn't think he would protect us properly. So they brought on a second engineer. Every time we got on an engineer, it took a few more months for them to get drawings done. The second engineer did this crazy design that was going to affect our boats with electrolysis for these jack repairs. And so we had to get rid of him. Then we brought on a third engineer. And then he was affected by the Hurricane Ian. He was taken away from West Florida. So all this stuff just delayed us over and over. And I had to put the heat on everybody, our DWI, to get this done. And this has just been taking forever to get done. I apologize. I've been working hard on this. Whatever you can do to reduce these fines, I'd appreciate. I sent you guys a timeline of events, all the receipts.
I did read that. It was very extensive and very clear. It was helpful. This ran, however, for 610 days. Which is virtually 2 years. This is also something that was done because of the tragedy in Surfside, building safety and structural and electrical improvement program to confirm that a building is safe. So I understand you had difficulty getting somebody. I read your detailed item. The fines, the lien amount is $61,000. City is willing to accept $18,300. And the costs to the city, the hard costs of people going out to do the work to inspect this is $963.22. So I'm suggesting that the city will accept $18,300 and a $963.22 for a total of what's that?
I mean, it sounds like about $19,100 approximately.
$19,263.
$19,263.22. So that's what I would recommend to settle the case for you.
And there's no way you can budge on that. I've seen in the past.
I don't budge on things like this when it's building safety. I know you had difficulty, but in the time that this was going on, people were living there and they were at risk. So I do not like to do that. I don't negotiate.
Yeah.
That's the offer.
6 months?
You can have 6 months to pay it if you wish, make it in installments.
And how does this work? Does the lien clear as soon as the last payment's made?
When the last payment is made and the
Yes.
funds have cleared, the lien will be removed.
And I understand you're
Hold on.
So once you make full payment, the lien will be in the process of lien release, which takes 4 to 6 weeks to be fully cleared up.
4 to
Because
6
they're not
weeks after final payment.
Correct.
Okay. And you will send an order for that payment?
Yes, I will via email.
And that's how we
And-
make payment?
Correct. I'll
Yeah.
send you all those instructions.
I know there's nothing I can do to change your decision. I just want you guys to know that marine concrete restoration for an old building takes time. You repair cracks, and we did way more repair than actually the initial inspection because we wanted to do it safely. We're Port Everglades Pilots Association, and I guess I'm just stuck with this large fine. There's nothing I can do about it. But
Well, it could be a lot worse at 61,000, trust me.
I agree completely. Yeah, I agree completely.
This is like less than 1/3 of that, so.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. I'll pay that order as soon as possible. You said I have 180 days to pay that?
Yes,
Okay,
but
all right.
again, if it's not timely paid, it will revert to the 61,000. So you do not want to wait till the last minute.
I got it. We're gonna pay it as soon as possible. I thank you for your
Okay.
time today.
Thank you for fixing the building up.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, next we have Ronnie. The next case on page 5, case number CE 190401221, case address 2610 Southwest 14th Avenue. Owner Marina Mile LLC, total lien amount $51,700, administrative cost $599.81. The city is requesting $15,510.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Hello, yes, we
Need to
can
fix
hear
your
you.
camera.
How are you? How's everybody here? Nice to meet you, Your Honor. We've never met before, thank God.
You need to
But,
fix your camera, sir.
Could
You
you
need to
put
fix your camera. We
camera
can't
put-
see your face.
All
There
right,
you
one second.
go.
Beauty, there you go. Gotta
Absolutely.
take my glasses off for you.
We're gonna swear you in for 1 second here.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is your capacity with this ALF?
It's my wife's building. I'm a co-owner. My wife is Israela Hershkovitz.
Okay. All right, I've read the background. I understand what happened. However, this ran for 1,207 days, which is extraordinarily long. 4 years, basically. The fine ran to $51,700. The city is willing to accept $15,510, which is about 1/3 or less. And the costs to the city for the people who went on worked on the case is $599.81. And that's what I would propose to settle the case for you. But
Can I have a few words just to explain why it took so long?
well, again, you can, but I'm not going to change my mind.
Well, I can try, no?
You can try, absolutely.
Okay, so basically this was a fence that was a section of a fence that came down during a tropical storm. Just to give you a bit of a background, we're an assisted living facility, a 35-bed assisted living facility with limited mental health. So at our capacity, the first thing we had to do was secure the property so nobody elopes. So we put the fence up right away. We didn't hear anything from code or anything else until about 6-7 months later when they came by and they said, listen, that section of fence does not look the same as all the other sections. We need it to look the same. We did that. They came back. They said, no, well, you did more than 60 feet of fence. We got to get a permit. I went to the permit department. They said, no, sir, you do not need a permit if you only changed the panels. They came back out again. They said, well, this might be the wrong property because we have 2 parcels. It might be on the wrong property. We have to go back again to zoning to make sure it's the right property. I still think it's the wrong property, but whatever. Finally, we got the permit out. We had an inspection. The inspector said that unfortunately we got to get zoning and landscaping in there. So we have to go back and redo the application because he thinks it's more than 6 feet. I said, okay. So we redid the application. By the time all this happened is when COVID happened. We were on lockdown from March 1st, 2020 until November 2022. We were not allowed to bring anybody in. We were not allowed to let anybody out. Even doctors had to come in on special assignments and we had to do special tests for them at the door. We were basically on lockdown as per CDC and ACA regulations, which we're licensed under. As soon as that was lifted, and not only lifted, but we were comfortable with letting people in, I went back to the contractor because again, at that point, the permit was already expired and it was extremely hard to get a hold of him. Once I did get a hold of him, I had to pay him a lot of money to please come to the city and reapply. We did reapply, and within 30 days, we had everything in compliance. Basically, it was always in compliance. There was nothing wrong with the section of fence, which was an 8-foot section. So we've been in compliance since day one. The only thing is that they didn't know whether we were going to get a permit or not need a permit. But then they all came out the same day. If you look at the permit application, they all came out the same day. They all passed the same day and were in compliance within 12 hours. So it was the issues of leading up to it and COVID, which really, bit us in the ass for a very long time as an assisted living facility. Not to say that we're in the Edgewood, and I heard you don't want to hear about the flood. Unfortunately, we're living it. We're in the Edgewood property. We're right in the middle of it. We had almost 4.5 feet of water about 6 weeks ago. And until FEMA and the insurance companies, as you know, they're there every day. But we've spent tens of thousands of dollars doing the cleanup and making sure our people are safe. We're actually in the news as one of the only facility that was affected, and within 72 hours was able to evacuate and put the residents back in a safe environment. That being said, again, it's not, we've never been in this situation. We've worked with the city, we work with the fire department, we work with the health department. You know, we get things done fast. I'll give you an example. On Thursday, a city inspector came up to us right before this hearing. I don't know if Victoria is here or not, but she knows. They came up and they said, listen, oh, hi, Victoria. Thank you for all your help, by the way. They came up to us and they said, listen, you have a violation. You have a boat here. You got some debris. You got this and this and this. I came to the city the next morning and I said, listen, what do I need to get this done? She says, well, you're not going to be able to get it. I said, what do I need to get this done? By Monday morning, we were in full compliance of everything that had to be there. Victoria can attest to that. And we had to put new sod down. We had to paint the fence, even though the Edgewood properties were not supposed to have any code violations during this tragic times, but it was a different inspector from another area that came in, didn't know about the rules, didn't know about our meetings, didn't know about what we were doing and what's going on there. But you know what? We didn't fight them. We just did it. And within 24 hours, we're in compliance. Again, we've never, ever had, we've been there for 12 years. We're a corner unit. We own 2 lots over there. You know, we've had code enforcement come and ask us to do things, put flowers, put grass, put this. Within 12 hours, 24 hours, it's done. We call them back. They're happy. So, Your Honor, I understand. I hope you can have a bit of leniency in our situation.
Let me tell you
Just
that.
because of what happened, and because, like I said, it was 2.5 years that we were not able to do anything by law. We were not able to, I'm telling you, we had to get doctors in to have tested at the door.
But sir, that's not exactly, sir, that's not exactly true. This is a fence. This has nothing to do with the operation of the facility itself. This is an expired permit for a fence, which is exterior, and the city again.
Ma'am, it's not exterior.
Oh,
The only way they can
It's
they come inside.
The fence is inside your building.
They have to inspect all the posts. They have to dig out the posts, make sure there's 4 foot, even though we didn't do any of that. But they needed to come inside and dig it up and to make sure that we have enough depth for concrete.
Please, don't interrupt her, please.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
A fence, it was not physically inside a structure. A fence is outside to the elements, is what I'm saying. So you're trying to argue with me that unless you're telling me that a fence was installed inside the kitchen and the bedrooms and the common area of this house or facility, a fence is outside. And a fence being outside has nothing to do with COVID restrictions for how the facility operates, with all due respect. Bless you.
Can I answer that now?
When she's done.
I'm done, since you like to talk aggressively over people.
Okay, there's no aggression needed. I'm just trying to explain things. This fence, if
You're
you
the
look at the
aggressor,
property, we're a garden style property. The fence is surrounding the property. It's an open area where residents walk around freely. It's not a building where they're inside. It's like a garden style assisted living facility. In order to do a proper inspection on a fence, they have to inspect the posts. The posts are inside the property. They're inside the property.
Okay. It's outside to the elements, sir. And there was no barrier during the COVID period for workers to do work outside on a property, outside to the elements, to the sky, to the grass, is my point.
Correct.
You're arguing semantics with me, and it's not inside the property, meaning inside the physical structure. A fence is outside on a property to the elements and easily could have been remedied during the 610 days that it took to come into compliance. Not addressing all of your other arguments, which may be meritorious, but the fact that you're saying COVID shut everything down, COVID did not prevent fences and any kind of exterior to structures work was some of the easiest work and work that went on consistently during COVID, because again, there was no real health risk to people. You can stand, 6 feet apart, 10 feet apart. People can work outside. People can work on pools. People can work on pool
Outdoor.
outdoor work. I mean, outdoor work could have gone on and this could have been complied well sooner than the 600
Again,
tickets.
it's just so you don't know, you were given, many people were, 172 days free because of the COVID. So that no fines ran for 172 days when COVID started and then wound down and this permit was about to expire. So there was still 1,207 days that this wasn't declared. So I'm offering you what the city has proposed, which I think is reasonable, which is the 15,510 and the 59981, is that what it is? Which is a total of what? 6, did you hear her? Did you hear Victoria?
No, but I'm sure she's gonna email it to me. Sir, I just want to say again, and you know, I don't want to upset the lawyer there. I know lawyers get upset real quick.
No, that's
thing
not
that I'm
the
trying-
case.
Don't upset me because I'm the lawyer making the decision.
Right.
Don't
I understand.
upset my lawyer.
I understand. I'm just
I'm
trying
not-
to explain.
Said it all, sir.
If you guys can help us out at all, just again, and I know you don't want to hear about the flood, but man, we were right in the middle. We just spent tens
I
of
get it,
thousands of dollars.
There were thousands of people. I get all that. I understand it.
I mean,
But
And,
that
and,
is
and I
my,
have a finance that I gotta close and I gotta pay this fine like within 24 hours, 48 hours. I gotta pay it now.
no,
So whatever you can help me with would be appreciated.
From the city's point of view, you have 180 days within which to pay it.
It was a
Correct.
flooded area.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get it was flooded. But you have 180 days if you wish to take advantage of all that, paid in payments, paid at the end, that's up to you. But that's when it would be due. If it's
I
not,
wish I had that luxury. I don't have that luxury. I have a refinance pending based on your ruling, sir. So I would have to pay this within the next 5 days or 4 days, because again, the financing has been waiting for this hearing. And again, we're just
No,
like in a tough spot.
I'm willing to bring it down another 5,000 under the circumstances. You're an ALF.
You're the best. Thank
I
you
don't know
so
how
much.
much money you make there. But
Yeah.
even though you offended my lawyer, I'm gonna-
I haven't. I'm so sorry if I did.
we're good, we're
Don't worry,
good.
but you didn't
Sorry.
offend me.
All right, so it'll be 10,510, right, plus the cost. Now equals what?
Why don't you just make it 11,000?
11,000 even within 180 days.
Well, I'm gonna pay it, Victoria, if you don't mind, I'm gonna shoot you an email because I gotta really pay it ASAP. Again, because I have financing pending on this.
Okay,
Okay, you can pay it ASAP, but you just won't get the order for in a couple of days or so.
so there's
When
still.
do you think I can have the order to show the finance company?
Right, Well-
It just depends on a scheduled time that I do with him to come in and.
I have to
sign.
come in and sign the orders when they're ready, which would be probably early next week.
Okay, the faster you do it, the faster I can get you a nice caramel latte.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't like caramel latte. Oh, thank you.
Guys, thank you so much for everything. Again, I apologize if I upset anybody. I really
Well,
thank
we're
you.
over it.
Not at all. Best
Okay.
of luck.
Thank you.
All right, all the best. Thank you.
Those people.
All right, bye-bye.
Who we have? Okay.
Real busy.
Next case is page 5. Case number CE 19051466, case address 2813 Southwest 13th Court, owner Scott S. Powell. Total lien amount $15,650, administrative cost $817.55. The city is requesting $4,695. Scott Powell, the owner. Good afternoon, Mr. Powell.
Good afternoon.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Sure will.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
And you're the property owner, right?
I was the property owner. The property has been sold.
Okay, okay. So you have a lien on here. Did you leave money in escrow for it?
Yes, I did. I had to in order to close.
How much?
$15,650 if my memory serves.
1 second. He didn't do it. He got it this way. Okay, well, you're in luck because the city is not seeking the total amount. So I'm not gonna do that either. The city's offering to accept $4,695, is that right? And then costs, city's costs of people going out there working on the case for $817.55, which is a total of,
5,512.55.
that's because this was out there for 313 days. I know it's only for expired permit for an air conditioner, but the law, that's a long time to wait to get this done. So that's the offer to settle it, and you can get to take the rest of your escrow out, but you will pay the city, what was it, 5 something?
The 5,512.55.
Okay, all right, sir.
Well, I appreciate your consideration, but there are a few mitigating factors that I'd like to share. When the home was purchased, it was purchased from an intermediary, Home Inc. Apparently, the person who had the infraction was a prior owner. That home was sold to a wholesaler whom we've dealt with before. And when the home was represented to me, it was that there were no open permits. There might be an issue on the house that I'd have to clear up, but no one ever told me the size of the infraction. And I have a big question. How is it that the wholesaler didn't clear up the lien? Because they obviously closed on it.
We certainly don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, I can't
They bought
answer.
it by quick.
You bought it by a click lien deed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So you
Oh, is
just
that
put
how it was
whatever-
done? Okay.
put
But in
whatever
any
interest they pay.
I wasn't informed of the size of the lien, and I would have negotiated differently with them. But in any case, the infraction wasn't ours. We improved this property. It was a little more expensive than we thought. We've lost money on this particular project, but that's the way it goes. I understand. I would really be appreciative if you could give us some allowance with the circumstances and perhaps just charge us a third of what is owed. Because
That's exactly what I just offered you. Basically 1/3 of what is owed.
1/3, or what was the amount again?
You owe 15,650. That's in your escrow, right?
Yes, yeah.
That's the lien. I proposed to you, the city did, 4,695 for the fine, and the city's costs of $817.55 for a total of whatever that was, 5,000 something.
512.55.
And so that's what.
And Mr. Powell, I'd like to correct myself. You actually did purchase it by warranty deed, so you would have
A cause of action.
potentially a private cause of action against the seller.
Well, life is too short to get involved in litigation, and as you can appreciate there, I'm sure. If I could expedite this and get this paid right away, could we just save a little bit?
I'm not gonna reduce it any further.
Okay.
So, you'll get an order, for this. She can send it to you if you need it for the closing.
No, it's all closed.
I
This
signed
is-
it, right?
This is now coming out of my pocket.
Okay, well, again, when you buy property, that's something, sometimes you can get what they call
Yeah.
a pig in the poke.
Well, I'm a kind of, normally I'm a trust but verify, but I confess that I didn't verify on this one because it was a trusted counterparty.
Does happen. We're sorry to all go through this to some degree, but that is my final offer. You have 180 days to pay it. You don't want to pay it that long. I get it.
No.
So, all right, so as soon as I can sign the order, I want you to be late this week or early next. Victoria will get the order to you and you can close out the escrow and pay this off. It'll take a while to get the lien cleared, but it'll be cleared.
Okay, all right.
And so they know that they can't expect the lien to be cleared.
Pardon me? Say that again.
Take the lien 4 to 6 weeks before the paperwork gets processed to clear it off the public record.
But we can transfer the funds, I think, right away.
Yes, yes.
Or within the next week. I'm actually in Massachusetts right now, but I'll be back next week. Take care of it.
Okay. All right, so that will be sorted, okay?
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. So I guess I,
What do we have? Oh, we have
That noise was.
Lennon,
drawer, and then we'll go back to Lynn around. Next case, page 6, case number CE 1803249 case address 3712 Southwest 14th Street. Owner, Gas Holdings LLC. Total lien amount $102,000, administrative cost $1,365.82. The city is requesting $30,600. Good afternoon, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, can you repeat the first introduction? I couldn't hear what you said, the numbers. I had I was just joining the Zoom at the.
Okay, the total lien amount was $102,000. Administrative costs $1,365.82. The city is requesting $30,600.
Whoa. 30,000.
What's your capacity with the property?
I'm the property manager. I joined the last year to help the owner with his property.
Okay. So this case ran for 1,019 days, which is really significant. It's the worst case we've had today. Of being a long case to get resolved. That's
Correct.
great.
It's correct. It's possible.
What is figured? So this is for construction performed without any permits on the property, which is a serious violation. We're not gonna go back to the discussion. We're just here for what the reasonable, fair thing to do to reduce the fine. I'm going to do that from 102,000. But the city suggesting $30,600 and its costs $1,300 to change.
Okay. Can I talk?
Yes.
First of all, when you say construction, it sounds like a big word. I'm a contractor. This construction you're talking about was only like a small pergola in the back of the property.
And an AC unit and windows and doors. Yeah, but okay.
Now, we're talking about a violation that happened when the property was a bank owned. Now, they told us, the attorney told us it was complied when we closed on the property, okay? And then we realized, yes, it was complied, but you know what that didn't happen? The city inspector didn't close the file and nobody knew about it. Then he ran for I don't know how long, okay? And I don't know if notice been sent, and I'm sure notice been sent, because usually guys are doing good job on sending the notice. Sometimes they just go to the property and not going to the mailing address. And then if there's a tenant, then this notice never comes to the owner, okay? Now, there's never, ever, I've been doing this since 2002 over here. There's never a situation ever that takes so long, and there's no excuse ever to have such a long. I have 100 cases of violation, lien reductions, and complied with city of Fort Lauderdale and all other cities. Never, ever. I would never tell one excuse for so long, not to comply for so many days. That's insane. But in this scenario, this was inherited from somewhere, from a bank-owned property. And and was told that it was compliant. Then we found out it was compliant, but never was registered, and then started to accumulate fines. And then the minute we understood that, immediately we did everything possible to everything. There's right now the property looks like a very nice property. Okay, it looks clean, grass, asphalt, everything is beautiful. We even had to evict a tenant that didn't treat the property right, and really lived in a bad condition, treated the property horrible, and is out. Now the property looks really, really good, and I mean I'm shocked that this is, you're saying so many days. Okay, we have never ever had something for so long. But anyway, so once we knew that this is the situation, that this thing is running, immediately we ran to stop it. And every time the inspector came, that's another thing. Okay, that's on top of everything the inspector came, and on top of the list, he came out with more items, more corrections that was not belongs to the previous list, which is fine. It is what it is. We didn't argue with anything. We fixed again. We did more, spend more money. We have more receipts, invoices, pictures, everything. Okay, we send everything to Victoria, and then we complied. I can continue on and on. And I know I've been in this scenario many times with you guys. I know your time is very precious. Okay, and actually, and I'm thinking one of the last cases. All right, I know I've been sitting here since 10:45, and I would love, please, I would beg you to lower it from the $30,000. I know this sounds crazy that it will take so long to complete. We have never ever. We have a lot of properties with the city, with different cities in the Broward County. We never ever have a situation that we have so much. The minute we get a small violation on a garbage, on grass cutting, on whatever, paint deteriorated, immediately we fix it. Never ever will leave something for so long. A parking, a rental license, anything. We're very experienced with this. We will never ever leave something like this. And please, I'm asking you, I know you don't have time, and I don't want to drill in your head. This is the most amount I ever saw in a situation on a lien reduction case. I'm actually, my heart is beating now.
That means you're alive. That's a good thing.
No, thank God I'm alive. Really, I'm
Thank
alive.
God. We're all thanking God.
Yes. I'm not, I don't want to sound like it's, I'm just, I'm very nervous when I heard, I've been sitting in here all those,
Hold on. There comes a point where it's not good to talk. I'm going to reduce it to $10,000. Plus, in addition, the cost of $1365.82. So $11,365.82 will be the amount. Not going to negotiate any less than that, because it was $102,000. I heard what you had to say. I think that's reasonable. I didn't think somebody bought it for $136,000. Still a lot of money. I get that. A long time for it to drag on. So that's my ruling. You have 180 days to pay it if you wish, or you can pay it whenever you wish before 180 days. If not paid, it reverts back to $102,000. But I'm going even 1/3 of what the city even wants. So,
okay.
All right.
I understand and I accept it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to page 1, case number BE 201000028. KBS 505 Southwest 11th Court, owner Leonard Morrell. Total lien amount $8,650. Administrative cost $1,900.99. City is requesting $2,595.
Let's bring them on. Thank you, Craig.
Hello, hello.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Thanks
Good
for your
afternoon,
patience.
everyone.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, we're gonna swear you in now.
Will you
Yes,
please
sir.
raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do. I swear.
You're the property owner, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is a lien. Total amount of $8,650.
Yes, sir.
City's proposing to accept about 1/3 of that, $2,595. But there are costs, the hard cost of the city, to the work of the case of $1,900.99. So if I impose that as the reduction, then what is your response to that?
What would be the total again, sir?
It would be 2,595 plus $1,999.
It's $4,495.99.
So it's less than half of what the lien is for.
You know, Your Honor, I live in Rochester, New York, and I mean, we're snowbirds. This was it's first house we ever bought. So, I'm not going to argue if you think that's the correct amount. I bought the house in June of 2021. I hired a contractor upon a referral right after to solve. He told me, I sent the man almost $15,000. He did about $4,000 worth of work, sent me a text message saying his partner ran off with all the money. That was,
I saw, yeah.
yeah. So I'm kind of, it's cost me a lot of extra money, time and headache. My wife and I are retired, so we're on a fixed income. If it's $44.95, I just want to sell it. I mean, if there's any chance you'd consider lowering that a little bit more, it would be helpful to us, but I respect your decision.
Okay, I'm willing to reduce it another $1,000.
Okay, that's fine.
Which is unusual for me, trust me.
Well, thank you very much.
Plan for 173 days, but
Yes, sir.
I don't want you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth with the city. And
Thank you. Thank you. Now, do I get an email saying,
Yeah, I'll send you an email and via mail as well, both of them.
all right, and then it will say you owe a balance of such and where to mail the check, right?
Correct.
The order that I signed later this week or early next week, and she will get it to you. So
Okay.
The total now is how much?
Total is $3,495.99.
You have up to 180 days if you want to wait that long, but it's up to you.
No, I'll pay it right away. I'll pay it. Yeah.
So 60 days is sufficient?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
that's
just
good.
get, as long as I get an email where I know where to mail the check. I know that sounds silly, but just give me
That's perfectly fine. We understand. Thank you, Mr. Morel.
all right, thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice day.
You're welcome.
You too.
Okay.
Yeah, the person's not
In
here.
the abstention? All right, you tell me what we got.
Next case, page 4. Case number CE 220313323. Case address 1733 Southwest 15th Place, Southwest 5th Place. Owner Kip Matthew Desmore and Juan Lee Meyer. Total lien amount $7,400. Administrative cost $407.48. City is requesting $3,700. Appeal deadline April 19, 2022. No appeal received.
And for the record, Ronald Montoya, Your Honor, deny the request for lien reduction, subject to the property owners coming back if there was some extraordinary circumstance where they couldn't come and present. their
Okay,
case.
I agree. That's a better way to do it. Try to do it in abstention and not even hear from them.
Yeah.
I will deny it. Give them an opportunity.
They can come back, he can make that order, subject to leave to come back. Yes, subject to coming back. Again, they can't just, like, we didn't show up, but it,
What do we give, like
people happen.
60 days to revive it or any?
I mean, I would say, Your Honor, it's gotta be a pretty short time frame. Again, so obviously, as you know, emergencies happen, circumstances
Yeah,
happen.
yeah, yeah.
It's not just, oh, I forgot about it, but you know, I had a medical emergency. I got into a car accident. You know, my house got broken into.
How many days? Why?
I'll rely on your honor. 30 days?
Let's do 45.
Okay.
Reach in the middle.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to, right, subject to them, you know,
Providing
providing.
that everything is in compliance.
Well, no, it's showing merit
Does
toward.
Vic have to write to them, tell them this is what happened?
It's gonna have to
Do an
be,
order, right?
yeah, this is gonna have to be like a craft, like a special order.
Special, oh, it sounds like a special song.
You know, just like a,
Like a
or just
veteran.
like a lawyer would go to court and say, again, I wasn't present at a hearing because of, you know, some meritorious
I was
reason.
drunk.
Well, or not that,
Oh,
way, although it's so.
with that one.
Yeah.
When did you
Shall we
start
close it?
hearings? Like,
Oh, yeah. I was missing,
didn't
you know,
close
I missed my flight and I wasn't back.
Oh, you gotta vote. Okay, this concludes our special magistrate lien reduction hearing for June 13, 2023.
When did we start?